Welcome back, folks, to Final Fantasy XI and Midwest Linux Gaming. I'm your host, as usual, Stompin' Llama. I think we should be able to hopefully get through the remainder of the expansion. Now, we won't be able to do the epilogue because this, like some of the other epilogues, are detailedly and heavily involved. Trust me. And it's a bit unfortunate. I don't doubt that in the slightest. I assume the drawing is going well. If you haven't seen the last stream, I can summarize it, what happened, and it could just be my interpretation of Arceella's character, because it is entirely possible I'm over-interpreting it, but also she's an extremely emotionally dependent individual, and being the only other person she's opened up to, she immediately latches onto and you become her emotional support entity, which is not good. Like, you can clearly see the emotional dependency. Like, anyone who gives her any opportunity in any form of not immediate rejection, she immediately latches onto. Which is weird, considering most of Adeline seems to admire her. That's perhaps the biggest problem I'm having with her character. Is, modern dating? Yeah, probably. I wouldn't know. I wouldn't say cheating, it's just that she just is extremely emotionally dependent to the slightest individual who shows her any form of acceptance as a human. And while, yes, there's rumors and she's been called nicknames, and granted, she carries a reputation and a nickname of I think it's the White Witch or something like that. Or the Witch of the White Woods, or something silly like that. Which, yeah, that's not good. That's not a great thing to have, especially growing up from a young age. But clearly the Adelinians love her, like the general people. So, yeah, I don't know. There's something very inconsistent about the way she's written and the way she acts versus her supposedly past actions that just rubs me as extremely weird. Also, you generally don't say, like, no, that's more of a traditional power play in the medieval world. I wouldn't say that. That's more of a traditional power play historically. Yes, Tifa most definitely is very loyal. Although she's also oddly... granted, I've not played the remake, so I don't know how modern Tifa has been written. And I didn't watch Advent Children, so I'm not sure how the character develops beyond the original 7. She was also not willing to confront Cloud with the obvious contradictions within her own memory, which was extremely unusual, and no one really called her out on it until it became a problem, an obvious problem. As for Rock Bouquet, she just does a very standard medieval European power play of using who she is, which happens to be a woman, to her advantage. That is more common in especially nobility backgrounds than you would think. Just gotta be a little subtle about it, but you can most definitely do it. Oh, Don Cornero? Yeah, Don Cornero was always written that way, to be a problem. But also, not without precedent, sadly. But anyway, gotta finish off Chapter 4 to get into Chapter 5 by talking to our good friend, the one, the only, the ever unflappable and always in the know Level. Come to shoot the breeze again? Then let me ask, know anything about the strange reports we keep getting? Can you be more specific? Well, Yorko Weld and Sidrus Caverns were never really great vacation destinations to begin with, but lately it's getting worse. Anadaf had beasts prowling all over, killing pioneers and support staff indiscriminately. Then came the miasma. Unearthly gales, winds piercing the skin like daggers, choleric miasmas choking the land. It's terrible out there, Arachnios. Just terrible. Adelinians grow up to be taught to fear the forest, so it shouldn't come as such a surprise. But I'd be lying if I said I hadn't been blindsided. It's not just me. The entire coalition's whipped up into a frenzy. There's nothing we can think of that helps. Doesn't matter if you're up above ground or skulking in the caves, pioneers are all-encompassing. And without a proper countermeasure, our hands are tied. Things have only gotten worse since Melvin's passing. Oh yeah, Melvin's back. He died, but he's back. Possessed by Hades. When the leathery one hasn't been even the leathery one hasn't been the same. Some days back, she went to some convocation of the 12 warders up at the castle, and when she returned, her face was as white as a sheet, and she's remained clammed up ever since. Oh great, it's got Ingrid in the problem. Oh great. Landshivers, mysterious deaths, quiet masters. What is Adeline coming to? Tell me, Arachnios. Tell me things will come out all right. Of course they will. Hearing you say it almost makes me believe it. Now that I think about it, I haven't seen RCL around here recently. You been keeping tabs on her? Gotta bring some joy to her face. Her smile fills my heart with hope. I mean, quite literally, we've brought her, like, tomatoes, like, 3 times. And that's perhaps the biggest thing, is we've been, for as much as we have done, and we have done a significantly more portion of doing things than some of the other expansions have done. And Arciela just kind of exists. Exists to be in a perpetually depressed state because of the political state of her nation. And despite being, you know, second in the hierarchy of her order, absolutely no political training whatsoever, nor any way of dealing with that. Because either she wasn't trained to do it, or it just, she hasn't done it, and has decided not to deal with it until now she has to. She exists to be in a perpetually depressed state. Like, every time we have to talk to Level, it's basically, RCL has been pretty sad. Make her not. I have specific instructions to not let anyone pass without proper authorization. Proper authorization? The instructions from the 12 orders were absolute. It's not my place to question their actions. I just want to see Arciela. You must leave. No. Agnios, don't go just yet. I had to go through all the official script back there, but I have something for you. From the princess. Dark days lie ahead for Adeline, but I've watched the princess grow from babe to young woman, and I know you can help her now more than any of us. Please, we're counting on you. And this is one of the few times that actually you actually have to go and look at your temporary key items. 2 words. The port. Now there's only one thing that could be considered a port, and that's the waypoint up here. So it's pretty obvious that we have to go here. And examine the lighthouse. If you had not use your key item, it wouldn't let you actually in. Arachnios! What with the commotion? What the commotion at the castle? What with the commotion at the castle? I knew it would be best if we met here. Surely the news has reached your ears too. You mean the rumors about Obuka? Obuka? Yes, exactly. Luckily, I've access to the closed stacks at the Selenium Memorial Library thanks to our previous dealings with them. And I've spent many days and nights toiling over tomes, cross-checking these rumors with past records. I've discovered that there are references to the Cimmerian adherents, followers of Hades. Their coming in the past ages was accompanied by toxic miasmas, winds of blades, and sullying of the land. There must be the Zol Triumvirate, that unsettled Sajaka. Surely you haven't forgotten what that sadistic clown Balamor introduced himself as. The Deathborn Zol. That means he's one of the Triumvirate, right? Then there was that ominous passage after he vanished in Rala waterways. Those who heeded his call and swore allegiance to his cause will soon awaken. I'm worried, Arachnios. 2 locations in particular have been singled out as particularly menacing in recent days. Sindrish Caverns and Yorka Weld. If you interpret the selling of the land as Belmore and his minions, then that leaves 2 remaining Zol. One for Toxic Miasma and one for Winds of Blades. The rumors, fragmented as they are, match up perfectly. But the library's historical works are likewise incomplete, and I fear I've exhausted all available resources. But there is someone else who's on our side, a hero who was there to witness it all. Well, there's Sajaka, but more than honestly, it's probably Mormar. That's right! One of the Founder King's generals who's been seeing the forces of evil face to face. Somehow, this human's made it and lived hundreds of years. Possibly 1,000. If anyone can help us, it's him. We're still not sure how he's alive. So that's our next destination. Mount, come here. Again, unknown how this man survived, but that is the case in Final Fantasy games, because 14 has the exact same problem of how did this ancient person survive, well past when they should have been dead. Gimme, off to the basalt fields. Bivouac. Bivouac 3. Alpine Trail at H5. Wait, H5? H5 is all the way up here. That's not Bivouac 3. Right, that was this is Bivouac 3. That's Bivouac 5 that's closer. It did say the home point was closer, which it is. Oh, great, we've got another misprint in the wiki that's no one's corrected. That, again, no one has corrected over the... Gosh, how many years this has been around? I think... When did Seekers come out again? Now I'm gonna have to look. Now I must look. Where do we even have that? Missions. There we go. That's the easiest way to do it. No, that's actually not gonna help. No, that's not what we're looking for. We're looking for an alpine trail up here. Ah, there it is. Oh, that's a mining point. That's a mining point. That's not what we're looking for. There's a peste. Supposedly there's something to examine up over here in H5. Oh, that's because we're in the basalt field. We're not in the drifts. Good God, I'm in the completely wrong location. Good God. You think as much time as I'd spent over here in the basalt field, which I spent a lot of time over here in the basalt fields, I'd recognize the basalt fields right away as not part of the drifts. Oh, good God. It's like, this isn't right. Absolutely correct. I'm in the completely wrong direction. Wrong location. Good God. Sometimes I swear. I swear. Oh. Oh. There we go, the drifts. That's more like it. There we go. Seekers of Adeline came out in 2013. Same year A Realm Reborn did. Oops, wrong thing. Did not mean to zoom out there. Really, Steam. Steam has decided it wanted to compile some shaders. Steam, who told you to do that? That certainly wasn't me. Stop that. Thank you. Before you become an issue. God, Steam. Magic the obvious answer. Not wrong. Also could be his link to the dragon, but one's not sure for certain. Or maybe the golden tiger. God only knows with Mortimer. Should we be invited to this gathering? Arciela and Arachnios, we've been waiting for you. Before we get started, I owe you an apology. An apology? For what? For the whole Hades deal. It was that bastard this whole time. I should have known. But if you know about him now, then does that mean... Yeah, I found out while you were gone. While dealing with the whole Melvin incident in Lephalia, the world tree brought forth vivid images in my mind. I can still feel them. Yeah, that's Melvin with wings. And all this time I had ignored what was right in front of me. Cursed the whole lot of them. My mind blanked out. Not for a second, but for several minutes. To think. Zajaka regained his former strength and the world tree came back to life. And then Hades... cussed fool came back too. I'd sooner rake my hands over the hot coals and let that happen, but it's too late. My problems don't stop there. No. No, I'm here because... of the Zal Triumvirate. Then I can spare you the long explanation and content myself that you're aware of the disaster they're bringing about serving their foul master. The easterly winds have shifted, young ones, heralding the revival of his malicious decadence. Causing an ill portent would make a mockery of the sacrifices August and his generals made, that we all made. But we have yet to bear witness to the breaches in the jungle's integrity itself, indicating Hades nor his servants have crested in power. But Zajaka, things have already begun to... No, princess, they have not. If they were to fully awaken, the land would be split in twain, choking tendrils dragging pioneers into bottomless crevasse. No. What you're seeing now is merely a foreshadowing of what's to come. But we're certainly not exactly sitting pretty here either. You speak truthfully. That's the reason why we've come. To seek your wisdom and experience against your old foes.
That name is not familiar to me. And yet you believe he's the most recent reincarnation of the Undying Horde's leader?
Let's leave that one alone for now.
Just forget about him.
If what you said is true, he'd probably be content to sit on the sidelines and let it all play out as long as we don't make any sudden moves. He'll look out from his little perch, laughing at our actions, 'cause the stage is to revolve. Laughing at how our actions cause the stage to revolve.
He also quite literally had the Kefka laugh.
He thinks we're puppets, dancing around for his own pleasure, and the fewer immediate threats he's got to deal with, the better. How about this Grand Gugnol? Idiot's already writing his script when the characters have their own ideas how things will shake out. We've got two left to deal with, assuming they're the same as they were then. First, Domak, the Brashzal. He of toxic miasma. Then, there's the one who commands forked lightning and blades of wind. Ashrak, the dust brood Zal. If your rumors are true, Princess, that's exactly who we're dealing with. And again, now we're dealing with this Belmore figure. I want to bet my axe on it. Does it even matter in the end? We've got to put them out of their misery regardless of whether they're the fiends I remember. I'd hoped it was my time to pass on quietly into the night, considering I'm several centuries old. But as long as they're here, you've got me by your side.
I shall lend you my aid as well, now that I've recovered.
Not you, Sajaka. Not yet. We might have gone and got your skills back and ditched that old curse. You're in no condition to go sharpening your talons on those two. You gotta get stronger, old friend. Hades is coming back, and we'll need you more now. Need you then more now. You were there, that unholy battleground where our comrades. Leave the triumvirate to us and get yourself ready.
Perhaps that's for the best. Your hands have proven capable more than once.
Okay, time to fly.
Just where are we going?
I guess I left that little detail out. Lathalia. Where else? Best way to understand the Force is to hear from the Queen herself.
And off we go to Lathalia, which is at the other end of Camir Drifts. So that's going to take us a little bit to get to. Oh, no it won't, because there's a home point right in Lathalia that we grabbed. That's not going to take us long at all then. We just got to get to the home point. I forgot that they put a home point in Lathalia. Actually, not a bad idea. I'm glad they did that. Still waiting on them to announce what they're going to do to condense the fast travel system in 11. Because they've mentioned that they want to collapse the various systems into something a bit more easy. Adlin itself is probably one of the biggest problem areas of the three. Having three different warp systems. Another home point, Seekers of Adlin, Lathalia. Ah, there are a couple of actual players here. Talking to the goblin. Interesting.
Come, wild tree. You here too, Rachnios? Your presence here is most welcome. Rosalatia, is everything? I no longer have corporeal form, princess. I hope you do not find me overly ghastly. The bonds we share, when they're close, I retain some semblance of my former self. The World Tree's roots have kept me keenly aware of the incidents occurring throughout the land. And so, too, I see the reason for your arrival. Forces of the deep that have your storied hero sealed that your story... Good lord, let's try that entire sentence again. Forces of the deep that your storied hero sealed away are breathing anew. Their slumber was to be eternal, but the calamity has come full circle. Our mother tree kept the darkness at bay, purging evil as it emerged, and preserving the sanctity of the forest. When it really was the World Tree that protected us these long years.
As we always suspected.
But her strength is not without its limits. You may think it a grand flood, but in due time, it will wane to a mere trickle. And I soon will join with Mother. Her life will be mine, and mine hers. I have but precious moments to communicate with you. So, I'll never see you again? You will. Our bonds will keep us close, anyways, always. The same way I'm always with your founder king. Keep my palm safe, Rachnios. Let it protect you during your hour of need. We are all able to stand here this day because of the sapling you helped bring to revive Mother. Remember, August. Remember the sacrifices he made to seal away the maladies afflicting this realm. It is now your turn to do the same. Fulfill your charge, Rachnios. Obuka needs you. This will guide you to the source. Find it, Rachnios. And should you go astray, we will be here to light your path.
Now we know what we gotta do and how to get there. Let's go crack some skulls. Sounds convincing when I say it. But this old triumvirate are more than these umbrals we flattened back in the wall gates. If you approach it by like any old foray, an axe will be peeling your skin off the walls. The predecessors of what you call the 12 Orders. Over half of them gave their lives just to contain the threat.
But they are our city's most fabled legends.
Legends are a pretty thing, Princess. But reality's always more grim. Doc Mock might be the worst. There's Old Diff River over in Fort at the Hetnell wasn't always noxious. Where sand touched, water stagnated and festered.
How can we hope to fight against such an abomination?
Nature has a way of fighting back. So do we. Even now struggles against poison and utilizes its potency to fight.
How would it...
Think. Hen bloom leaves. In its own twisted way, the jungle's raw life from the grip of death. Those plants held on for centuries, never once succumbing. The secret to resisting Domac's corruption lies there.
So, we use the flowers to...
You got it. That'll be your task. Gather as many as you can so we can figure out how best to use them. Rachnios and I have other stuff to be doing. And as we don't have the manpower to do it ourselves...
I'll do it.
Thanks, Princess. We're counting on you.
I'll go on back, Rachnios. I know you and Mormar can handle it. Stay strong.
Princess, be mindful of the toxins on the ground. The last thing we need is to lose ya. I've got this pinching feeling in my stomach.
What do you mean?
This all hen bloom ideal was just a farce. I can't have her go off fighting the Zol Triumvirate. We gotta put him down before she figures it out, or she'll be furious with us. Things are different than how they were during my time. I can't tell how things will play out, but putting her in the same situation August was in is unthinkable. I know your little Leifkin Ignis is chomping at the bit too, but we can't have the city's most vital figures perish now. Like they did then. August bloodline survived to this very day. Be dark times for us all if it got stamped out now. And, well, what can I say? I've got a soft spot for that youngin'. One time, she was a bit younger. She got lost in the woods and I sat by her side as she slept, keeping her safe.
You were the one who kept her safe? Ah, when she acquired the title.
I thought you'd have heard. When she barely came up to her father's waist, she escaped from the city when her maidservants weren't looking, causing whom knows how much commotion back in town. That's how Dokulin and I met her. Heh, wasn't for terribly long, but I've never dealt with children before. We were in over our heads, weren't we, Dokulin? The memories taste of both sweetness and sorrow. When we said our goodbyes, I asked a few someones I knew to make her forget about our meeting. And forget, she did. They complained the whole time, but sure did their job well. Just don't let that get back to the princess, you hear? Well, we better get started. Let's split up and tackle them head on. I'll head to Yorker Weld where Ashrak is lying in wait. Dokulin, you take care of Dormak over in Sidrus Caverns.
Consider it done.
With you by our side, Rachnios, those fiends will rue the day they awoke to terrorize us once more. For the World Tree. For Albuka.
Quite literally the entire reason she has the nickname of the witch is because she wandered into the wilds as a child and came out the other side. No problem. Like, that is the entire reason. Mormar is the entire reason she's had to go her entire adult life with a reputation of the jungle just doesn't touch her. Honestly, I don't think that was a blessing. Anyway, this quest is going to consist of 2 fights. One's against Domak, one's against Ashrak. And probably Sidrus is probably going to be the worst one. Yorker Weld is going to be the easiest one in either case. Yeah, because Sidrus is just there. Doesn't really matter if we mount up, because Sidrus is just around the corner, yes? Yep, there it is. Okay, load up the map. I said load up the map. It's oddly enough not on the map, and oh, good lord, this is a low resolution picture. K11. There's K. 11. So it's this one here. Fastest way is... Well, actually, that's not far at all. You should grab the trusts just in case. In case we have to fight. I'm normally pretty good at avoiding most of the enemies. But you never know. they might sneak up on us. Yep. I'm pretty sure we grabbed at least one of them. We grabbed the Fugnar. The Fungar. We grabbed the Fugnar and the Acurex. Fortunately, them not being apex monsters means they will die pretty quickly. Meanwhile, our buffs are still going off. We should be able to... I need to pick up some more silent oils. Of course, the Reeve has to be going here. Oh, that's understandable. As long as you're listening, that's all that matters. And you can kind of tell me if you think I'm misinterpreting it. Like, the entire... You don't say to someone, I think because this is what you did, I didn't think I'd ever tell you this, but thank you for being there. You don't generally say that to somebody. Arciella just had a very weird line, and that's what threw me into the interpretation of her character, and the fact that she's been extremely not active except as being our history. There he is.
So know thy.
I'm not gonna lie, I have no clue how to even try and pronounce those.
This is the spot where Dokmak drew his last breath. Should the bonds of the World Tree falter, a miasma of unparalleled proportions will grip the caverns. It would take a supernatural force to cleanse the air, should that come to pass. All will die. It is inevitable. We must stop him from fully resurrecting.
Oh, Don Cornero is most definitely Predator.
Kill.
Yggdrasil beckons. Now, last time we played, which was Wednesday, we actually got denied entrance into a battleground multiple times. I think because it was busy being used. Cordomado. And again, we're accompanied by NPCs that have to somehow survive this. Throw down our buffs. Being very careful not to draw our weapon. Because I don't think it's this fight, but there's a fight coming up that if we draw our weapon, it initiates. Yep, it's right here. As soon as we draw a weapon, Darkulian just goes. Velenarial, use your weapon. Come on, good God. He's not going to use his AoE ability to draw their aggro. Because of course he isn't. There we go. Lock onto it. And Darkulian isn't going to help matters, because he's actually got a pretty good cleave on him. Now, Dromak has like 100,000 health, so this is going to be a little bit of a fight. No matter how we go around it. Looks like Valenial has the high ground. Has the aggro. Where is my regen? Give myself some phalanx as well. And that one, that attack missed. Joyous. Oh, great. Valenial is almost out of HP, and he's gonna be dead. Not having Uranaran is a problem. Oh no, he's got all his MP. He should be able to keep himself alive. Not having the good healer trust is a problem. Oh, and there goes Valenial. He's dead. Yep. There he goes. I'm gonna fail this one, and there's literally nothing I can do about it. Yep. And dead. And dead. I knew that was gonna happen. I knew not having the good healer trust was going to be a problem. Especially once I saw that he was he's poison boss primarily. Yes, things we can do. It's just Cherokiki is the only other one of importance that I have. The only proper healer that could be useful in that area. And there's no other tank trust that's better. Like, maybe I could have substituted in a Ayame. But even then, that wouldn't have really done that much. If I'd swapped on the right ring, maybe that would have helped a little bit, but not really. Okay, so it's not a gear problem. It is quite literally not having current access to our heat main healer. Okay, let's. What can we do? We need to get accolades, and we need to get accolades quickly. Those don't give accolades. What gives accolades? That does multiple enemies, arcanas. Okay, let's go quickly into here. Drop that because that's not needed. We should be able to do this fairly quickly. Back to Feyin. Because Uranaran is just the better healer. There quite literally is no way around that. He just is the better healer. Like, consider it the best. Like, hands down, is the best healer. Outside of, like... Well, no, there's one other, but that requires 350 accolades. And what were my accolades at? Oh, is it 390? I think it's 390, and we don't have the capability of getting the necessary accolades in a stream in order to unlock. Technically, he's a rune fencer healer, but he's technically more of an alchemist. It's weird. It's weird how they've coded him. Okay, so it's multiple enemies, arcanas, and plantoids. And then, of course... Oh, that helped. That freed up a lot of them. Gave me a lot of accolade points. Still not enough. Well, no, because Uran will show up at the bottom of the trust menu because he's in existence. Oh, cool, a job point. Not that that's helpful. Seasoning stone, not really that needed. We only need to kill like 20 of these things, so they... Granted, that will take a little bit, because there's not 20 of them here, there's like 6 or 7. Not quite enough to make it an easy, like, 2 run. So we actually have to let them, like, respawn, which takes a couple of minutes between runs. And since there's no undead, kill undead, which is like the other one, the other major Unity accolade. Oh, there it is. Kill undead. Yeah, none of those give accolades either, so we can't even do the Amontrove objectives, because they don't count either. Now, maybe if I'd brought along the 3 Chibukis, like all 3 of them, not just Chirakuki, but her 2 brothers as well, they sometimes cast Meteor. They legitimately do sometimes just cast Meteor when they're all 3 together. Just like they did in the Chain story. It's quite funny. And maybe I'll bring along Ayame, because she will combo. Like, she will weapon skill combo. Which the other, Shantoto really won't. So maybe that'll help increase our damage output. In fact, that should. Speaking of, we should probably get rid of Shantoto. And bring in someone with physical damage. Because we need to kill these things with physical damage. So we'll grab Zaid. Because the less magic damage we have going out, the better. Even then, with Uran out, I'm not entirely sure it's going to exactly work. It gives us the better chance. It is always difficult. And this is the point in the game's leveling curve where it's like, you might need actual other players in order to accomplish this. Although I don't think it's this one. I think it is the in Rhapsodies. There's definitely like the last fight in Rhapsodies that is often needs other players, which if I need other players, I will ask to see if there's anyone who wants to do it. You'd be surprised. There's probably a good number of people who would happily do it. I mean, much like the 14 community, the 11 community is generally pretty accepting of new people. And they know the woes of and inadequacies of the game. I think once we get Uran, we should be fine. Assuming we can unlock him, because what does and doesn't give accolades is kind of weird. And it's all based on the number of accolade points you earn in a given time frame. And I think it's like 10,000. And I don't remember if these will give enough. Because I tend to stockpile them, because every week they refresh over, but if you've got them lined up, they will stay selected for like multiple weeks. And it's entirely because I'm not on, like, I haven't been on since probably last month, aside from Wednesday, obviously. Whoop, I've been stunned. I've been stunned again. I think he just cast a blink on himself. How rude of him. Yeah, that's only 11 undead that we've killed technically with damage. Plantoids are easy enough to get a hold of. The hard ones are going to be the vermin. And now I gotta look up in the bestiary what counts as vermin and what doesn't count as vermin. Oh, Twitherin technically count as that, so we could get those in Adeline if we need to. Although 20 of them is often hard. Oh, there goes our capacity points increase wearing off. As it always does. Thank God it's basically just recastable. Ah! There he is. He exists again. Uranaran exists again. We can leave. We'll finish this cycle of Arcanas, and then we will leave. Because that'll put us at 14 of 20, which is more than enough to be... That puts us ahead on next month. Getting to be able to summon Uranaran. Although I say next month, that is like in like a week and a half. It's like day 10 of... it's like May 10th, I think, is when the... kind of when the month rolls around. Anyway, let's get back there. Let's get back to Cindrus Caverns and try that one again with a hopefully slightly better trust. And we were close. I'm not gonna say we weren't close, because Domak has 100,000 HP roughly, and they're defeated at 10%. He was between he was probably at like 15% health. Like, he legitimately was. Like, we were just shy of being able to actually murder him. And it's entirely because Valenial could not get his own healing spell off in time before the poison killed him. If he'd been able to get that one healing spell off, we probably would have been able to win. And Majorca. Frontier. And let's make sure we have on our best gear. Because what didn't help is I didn't have the good ring on. And I don't have any silent oils, so we're going to actually have to fight. Okay. And we'll put on our best pants to our slightly slower pants. The slower walking pants, but they're just better pants. Because that will give us an enhanced regen effect. And the ring should increase our general overall stats. Did I not put... I must not have put the, No, I did not put the enhanced necklace away. Not that that necklace is actually useful. Like, this does not count as a reeve, so... Of course it doesn't count. And of course we gotta wait for everything to spawn in. That's the other thing you'll notice, is that when you load into a map, you have to wait for all the other entities in the map to spawn in before you can interact with them. And it sometimes takes several seconds. Welcome, Uranaran. May you actually prove useful. Monbro, that's the one. That's his name. I couldn't think of his name. But he's basically a healer trusted that doesn't use magic, and he's quite good about it, too. And basically, Monbro, being the only doctor in the game, just throws potions around. Basically, he's an alchemist. Or chemist. he's definitely unusual because he's technically classified as a rune fencer, but he never actually attacks anything. And we drew the attention of at least one Fungar. I wouldn't be surprised if these two also decide to get involved. Oh God! How did I get everything's attention? I don't... You know what? I'm not gonna question how I got everything's attention. I did not think I grabbed everything in that room's attention. That... I call shenanigans there. I call shenanigans. I call shenanigans. I basically drew that entire room's attention. I call shenanigans. I call shenanigans. I mean, look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 Fungars. 7 Fungars and 3 Ecurexes. Shenanigans! Shenanigans! I wasn't anywhere near half of those enemies. Shenanigans! Shenanigans, Final Fantasy XI. Shenanigans! You know what? I'm just going to leave them asleep and just leave. They won't be able to follow me down. They will not. Shenanigans. By the time they wake up, I will be gone. Goodbye. Someone came through and cleared this reeve. That's good. That's proof there are, in fact, plenty of people still running around. Which is good. Shenanigans. Shenanigans. Now the bats, on the other hand, I'm not going to be able to avoid. Oh, he is most definitely the shenanigan guy. Like these bats... I can't avoid these bats. We will have to kill these bats. And probably this Umbral too, he looks like he's going to get close. No. No. Maybe this Marioneth? No. Just a bat. Just one set of 3 tiny bats. Oh, nope. Never mind. That Umbral did decide he wanted to attack us. Of course he did. He was literally walking away. There was no reason for him to have been even bothered. Let's try that again. What? Oh, what do I have to do? Son of a... Because we failed, now we gotta go all the way back to Lithalia to get our key item back. Joy. Oh, because the warp ring has been used, okay. Alright, let's look at what we have in inventory, because it's got 1.5 minutes on it. know what else I could have done? I have a re-raise airing. I could have put re-raise on myself at any point during that fight. And probably won that way. Thinking about it. Oh, I actually had I have a super re-raiser too. I could have put that. I could have grabbed that. Could have put that on. Like, I could have technically won that fight, maybe. That's annoying. Well, let's pick up some silent oils since we're now outside of the area again. Port Bastock, near the house. Since we know we're gonna need it. Vendor Moogle. Medicines. Buy. Silent oils I need 12 of. I think I need 6 of those. Grab a re-raiser for another form. For another form of re-raise if needed. I'll do another home point. Seekers, Lathalia. And then we traverse that cavern a third time. This time I'll be sure and put re-raise down on myself. Of course, the only downside of using re-raise is that it's still going to desummon all of my trusts. If I have to use that. Like if it has to go off. But maybe by then me and Dukelin can just actually murder it this time. On the bright side, at least the other guy, Ashrock, he does not have... He summons a minion. He does summon a minion, but that's about when the guy's at half health. Which basically means he can be ignored safely until then. I'm hoping we've got a high enough DPS, because here's the thing, I have by far better equipment on me than you would have had when this expansion came out. Like, item 119 was, especially this ambuscade gear I'm in, was not nearly this. Was not out, I think, when this was a thing. And ambuscade gear, especially the +2 ambuscade gear, is considered beginning of endgame gear, so Again. But then again, this is Final Fantasy XI. They did release a fight 2 years ago that just recently has been beaten. I'm not joking. People have spent 2 years trying to defeat this one fight. And they just recently were able to do it. Actually, I've got 3 forms of Re-Razor, because I've got my Re-Razor, my High Re-Razor, and the Super Re-Razor. I've actually, like, 3 Re-Razors on me. In potion form. Why ever did I... Because I forgot I had them. That's why. I should just be able to run through these guys. They should not be able to see me. There we go. I mean, you can joke about that, but during the Amontrove, there is an enemy that casts Kerthunk, which is instant death, 4 times in combat. And that's during the, hey, pick a chest, any chest, except for the one that's going to get you killed at random. He casts it upon initial aggro at 75, 50, and 25%. Unavoidable, unresistible, instant death. You know, to spice up your free items. You can end up killing him. You're not going to. And there are items in here that give death resistance. He just ignores that. Because it's Final Fantasy XI. It does not want you to win. But I've said my pieces on how I think Final Fantasy XI's designed and how bad of a design it really is. Alright, let's try this again. Your entry is being considered. Don't reject me now, game. Thank you. Let us try this again. 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 Alright, let's throw down... Come on. Load my inventory. Thank you for loading my inventory, game. You took a while. Let's throw down our re-raise. Let's throw down our trusts of Velenarial. Ayame. Uranaran. And then our buffers. Koromaru. And Joachim. And let us target an enemy. But not engage him while we throw down our abilities of... runes. Ignis did seem like the good one. For some reason, these water-based entities are weak to fire. The elemental wheel does not make sense on some of these enemies. Like, you'd expect them to be weak to lightning, but they were taking extra damage from fire. Which means I had it right. And then meditate. And then we'll throw down... One for all, sword play, and then we engage! Engage! Engage these things. And give Ayame something to chain off of. Oh, now you throw down your AoE. Of course you do now. Being able to weapon skill chain off of Ayame may actually be the determining factor. Okay, there's Kasha. And chained. 2 down. That's much faster. That's typical of trusts. They stop engaging once the main target is dead. Which means I need to attack Dromak immediately. Thank you. AI resumes its attack. Excellent. I think we may have this in the bag. Better trust setup. Yep. There she goes comboing. And we actually got all 3 of the enemies down this time. Okay, 7,000 damage. That's a combo. Someone did a yowl. I'm assuming that would be... Oh, of course she threw that down just in time to stop me from comboing off of him. That's actually one of the advantages that See, your NRN is actually keeping the HP debuff gone. That's why your NRN is just the better trust to have. Because he can do things like that. Like, it's actually ridiculous how much better your NRN is as a healer than any of the other trust healers you get. Like, half the time, if you're doing Ambuscade solo, it's recommended you bring along Uranarand and Monbro. Maybe even Celtis. Neither of which I can't get Celtis or Monbro yet. Mainly because Monbro literally takes months. And Celtis is just currently beyond what the game will let me get. Because here's the thing, when Uranaran runs out of MP, that's when Villanarial will take over his own healing duties. And he's still got 700 MP on him. And this is when Domak killed us last time. That's the difference between a trust that can combo and the better healer. And Uranaran has now run out of MP. Success! It is the rest of darkness, yes. No. We have acquired the Blood Sigil. Is the ring recharged? Probably not. 8 seconds. The warp ring is in fact fully recharged. That took just long enough for the ring to recharge. That is hilarious. Well, technically we don't have to do that. I'm gonna do something silly and probably waste a bunch of time technically doing it. But we're gonna walk out of here. Because we can. We have the prisms to do so. It's not that far of a walk. And considering we'll end up back in Yorka anyway. And also, it's my stream. I can do that if I want to. Let's be honest. We've been down here 3 times. We might as well just triumphantly walk out because we can. I don't think the next guy's gonna be nearly as bad. Although Hades himself might actually be. Spoilers, that is the ultimate boss of... That is the ultimate boss of the Expect, if the game hasn't been very clear about it. That is exactly who we're going to be fighting, theoretically, in the end. And sadly, it's not MXL level. It's not MXL Hades. This is just Hades. I.e., I just want everything to die, Hades. Which makes it even weirder. Because I don't think we're going to get a motivation as to why he wants everyone dead. Possibly even what he is, because he looks potentially like he might even be alien. Maybe divine? Goodness knows, we don't get answers on that. Shoot, we barely get answers as to what Diablos is and what Diablos' goals are. Shoot, we don't even get real explanations as to why Odin does what Odin does. And Odin has been an antagonist in at least 2 expansions. I mean, technically, Odin's one of the antagonists in... Technically, the antagonist. One of the antagonists in Wings and Oddert Gone. Technically. Along with Alexander. Anyway, now that we're back in Yorka, now we have to take out Ashrak. He can be found near the bivouac number 1. This is the other reason I just walked back, is because the bivouac's right here. And technically saves us kinetic units. Because instead of spending 50... Possibly. I mean, there's very clear, although they didn't admit it, there's very clear Norse influences in Evercold. Like that dragon, as Koji put it. That's not a dragon, Koji. We call that is very clearly the serpent head that's on all Norse longships that we've seen in popular culture. That's very clearly what that is. That's not a dragon. At least as far as I'm aware. I've not seen any historical depictions of what Nidhogg technically looks like, so that might just be Nidhogg in general. Anyway, H6. Yeah, I can't either. Mouse H6. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what they do and don't decide to pull in from there. Because again, it's called Evercold, but he kept pointing out, and I'm hesitant to speculate why. Nothing, they did not show a single cold area of the game. Not a single cold area, not a single thing that could be considered cold. And that is entirely interesting. But why would it be just the last zone? And that's the thing. They very clearly are hinting that it's a very cold planet. It's very cold now. But why? Why is it not cold anywhere else? What are you doing? You've been... Something is very, 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 very weird going on. This is I6, so that's technically not it. That's the thing. They're either doing something extremely subversive, which is possible. I wouldn't say that it's not. And either we're the one that causes the problems, which I would not put that past them, or they're doing something else entirely. And I don't know what they're trying to do. A wavering flux. Well, that's is not the area. And this is in G6 anyway. Yeah, that's the thing. They're being very, very secretive for very good reasons. And it's minorly infuriating. Now we're over in G6 again. Okay. Southeastern section. Okay. They're definitely trying some very interesting storytelling beats that are like, we can't tell them why it's called Evercold, but it is cold. There it is. Unmarked areas of the ground that have to be done. One of the more annoying things about 11. Unmarked areas of the ground.
My curse is absolute. Even should I perish this day. It shall remain for eternity, and never will a book know peace. You shall not tread upon this land again.
You left your horns behind. Ashrak, do you realize you left your horns behind? You might want those.
Up ahead is where Ashrak's blood spilled upon the ground. Should he be released from his prison, the taint will spread, and the poisonous blooms will grip the land tighter still. They are not of this world, and defile the the laws of nature. If we do not purge this blight, it will engulf all life. We must not fail. I can smell it. The blood of my foes. Their fear.
I am Ashrak, one of the 3 emissaries of my lord, Hades. So the World Tree attempts to thwart my malediction? How quaint. I shall devour your souls and feed them to my master.
Yes, let us proceed. Now entering. Let us try this again. Summon Uran. Kodomaru. Goshim. Ayame. And Tank. And then we throw down our abilities, throw down our rune enhancements. Because he's a demon, more than likely he's darkness aligned. So we want the light runes. At least based on his physical forms, that's the proper one to use. And then we throw it on Haseo for the 2-handed weapon enhancements. Meditate. Swordplay. Engage! I said engage.
My friends might be buried in this earth, but you won't do the same for me. I pity you, swinging so far above your head.
Give Ayame something to shoot for comboing. He is taking additional damages, so that is good. Unfortunately, he has disabled weapon skills with some degree of amnesias. I got 20 seconds on the unable to do combos. That just means we get to throw down our most powerful ones. Ayame, I've got 10 seconds. Ayame. I literally can't do anything. Well, he's getting close to half health. So as long as he doesn't throw down another amnesia, we should be able to just murder him. Here he goes summoning. He did. He threw down another one. Bloody hell. Hello, Cerberus-like being. I can't do anything for another 15 seconds, combo-wise. As long as Mormar doesn't die, which he is probably being attacked, I think. Yeah, the Orthus is, I think, attacking him. Everyone, switch your combos to this thing. We cannot let Mormar die. Yeah, it is most definitely attacking Mormar. Okay, switch back to Ashrak. I think we're safe. I think it's after Valenial. Throw down Meditate again. Get that as up and quickly as possible. Throw down One for All. Hopefully that'll help. Mormar stay alive. And of course he threw down... Of course! He threw down the you can't combo for another 30 seconds, just when that happened. I think we won?
You think my life forfeit, but nothing could be farther from the truth. There exists no light without shadow. From shadow I come, and from shadow shall I be reborn. Hades I.
You forgot your horns again. You really should stop forgetting those. Okay. That's 2 down, and that's good. Cause that puts us at 5-2-1. That only puts us 5 of 10 in. There's 3 more burning circles between now and the end. Granted, the last 2 of those are the final boss in 2 different phases, in 2 different quests. So there is that. Well, off we go to Lephalia and deal with the fact that we lied to Arciella's... Well, we didn't lie to Arciella's face. Mortimer did. We didn't have any say in the matter. Something doesn't look right. Yes?
Hey there, Arciella.
Mortimer? Mortimer? Darkulin? And Arachnios? Tell me, just where were you off to? I gathered as many henna bloom leaves as I could find, but when I came back, no one was here, and he showed no signs of coming back. You tricked me and went off to battle the Zoltramver, didn't ya? How could you?
It wasn't that at all, Princess. We just didn't want to see you get hurt. Yeah, we had no other choice. Isn't that right, Arachnios?
I don't know why I happen to be the one asking for forgiveness. I didn't know any better until Mormar told me, and she was already gone. Why do I get to be the one blamed?
I won't let you off so easily. You have to promise to never leave me behind again.
I promise.
I'm gonna hold you to that. If you try again, I'll follow right on your tail anyway.
My dear princess and friends, has your fit finally reached a crescendo? Hello, Bellamore.
Not that it makes a bit of difference. I've got to commend your aptitude at bringing the curtain down on those two. Bellamore?
I might even bring you in for callbacks.
Arachnios, was it? Am I right? I do hate mismatching pioneers' faces. Y'all look so alike. What's this you have?
Oh, a key to the depths of the tortoise, I see. Splendid done.
Hades is only a soliloquy away.
No one's looking forward to your dance more than me. Rest assured, I'll be in the rafters until the final scene. Bring down the house. Show your audience that you're no two-bit player in the most epic of sagas. Yes, a saga that I have orchestrated for you.
So that's the Bellamore you've been on about. Surely a hard nut to crack. And what could he have meant by an audience? He seems unlikely to intervene, but do not let your guard down for a second. If we're willing to believe him, this thing here will lead us deep within the tortoise. Suppose I shouldn't have expected Hades to be busting forth from the front gate. You know what we gotta do. And Princess, I'm really sorry. I thought I was keeping you safe, but I didn't realize what it meant to you. Forgive me. Darkulin, Arachnios, and I won't keep you away any longer, if that's what you really want. Together we stand, and together we fall.
You're right. I can't and I must. We can do this as long as we're together. To the tourists. To stop Hades.
We have the fun bit of going back to Rakaznar. Now, this is what's considered a major quest, which means it's going to have all sorts of fun things in it, i.e. mostly navigating Rakaznar. Okay, loading up all the maps we're gonna need. Okay, and this one, I'm trying to understand exactly what they're talking about on the wiki. Through the Citadel Gates number 2. Okay, I think we've gotten we've not gotten the easiest way to get in. I'm just loading up the map, trying to understand what we've got going on. Okay, we have to reach Turris and examine an item for a long cutscene to complete the mission. If you've got access to the Inner Court Home Point 1, you can teleport and completely disregard below, which we do not have. To reach Turris, you will need to head to the Inner Court. To get there, you are going through crystal structures and some gate-type zones. The game lists 7 routes. There are many routes you can choose. Pay attention to each. If you're paying attention to the story, each Nakula's guarding an entrance. That's correct. From shortest to longest, we only need to take one. Okay, so we don't have to do the outer court shenanigans, because we have... I didn't do it on stream, but I have killed one of the Nakwal. Unfortunately, I believe it was Kolkab. That'd be permanent key items. Where is he? we would have I believe it's the Aged Matriarch. Warp runes. Yeah, there it is. The Aged Matriarch one from Cole Cobb. That was a pain and a half. Fortunately, I think someone else wandered in when I was halfway through the fight, and we were able to murder it successfully. And Cole Cobb's considered the easiest one to fight. And Cole Cobb is the last one that'll put us directly into the inner court. If we'd fought Kumhao, would put us at the elevator. Otherwise, we'd have to go all the way through outer courts again, which is fine. I've got no problem with that. So, what we need to do, loading up maps again, so I can see what we're talking about, is Bivouac 1. Got it. Back to Western Adeline. This will actually be relatively easy and straightforward, although this is technically the longest route. That puts us at the inner court. Not that this is a long one, mind you. But it does exist. Anyway, Battlegrounds. We need to go to Bivouac 1. Because you see... Not that entrance. There's another entrance to the sea gates here. Here, yes. And that's the one we actually need to go to. Technically, that puts us on map 2 of the sea gates. Which is not something you generally would want or generally have access to, I think, until this point. I think. Every one of the caverns has a second map, only accessible through things of this nature. And yes, you can kill any and all of the Naquals, which you probably should. They're just decent, they're just very strong, and some of them have very specific, as expected, of Final Fantasy XI, very specific mechanics that need to be dealt with. Some of which are easier than others. That's why I went with Cole Cobb. That was during one of the boosts they had to drops from them. A while back. That would have been months and months ago. Maybe even a year or more at this point. Ah, it's these shenanigans. I was wondering what these things were. A teleportation protocols active. Star Trek reference. Beam me up. Okay. Yep. I'm going to throw down... My re-raise is gone. I just noticed that my re-raise buff is gone. When did that go away? That's concerning. I don't think I died at any point, but I don't know. Oh, hello, Doolahans. I could be farming off of those things. Low evasion, but tough. Those things probably give out quite a bit of merit points. Diormites. Similar. Though tortured diormites, that has implications. Who is torturing the poor diormites? Bees and crabs and bees. I mean, tortured Doulahan, now that makes sense. Tortured diormites. That's concerning. Like I said, that has implications. Leeches and bats and leeches, those are normal. And then the inner court should be just around the corner. Beam me up. Okay. We are here. Summon all the trusts. We've got a long walk in front of us, probably. God knows what exists in here. All right, from here. Let's load up the maps side by side so I can do successful navigation. This place is built like it is full, like it is ancient ruins, possibly an alien structure. Poxhound. Wait, this is inner courts. Objective list, region, Edlin 2, inner court. None of those things look like things I want to encounter. But might as well throw down. No. No, none of those. Okay, so the point is to get to there. to get to Tortoise, and that leads to J. J is there. Leads to I, which leads to H, which connects to D, which connects to A. So we have to go from A to D to H to I to J. Does that make sense? It probably doesn't. But, anyway, here we are at A. A to D. D will go to H. On the other map, from H to I and I to J. And from J to the home point and at Tortoise. Question mark? These other ones are various entrances that you could have gotten if you'd, you know, gone and fought other Nakuals. I don't... We'll find out whether or not we can sneak properly or not. There are also, as expected... There are reeves in here. That's what I was looking for. Those are in reeves. Inner court. Might as well throw these down in case we encounter them. Yeah. Like I said, we beat Cole Cobb. He's the only one I know I've beaten. We should probably also be equipping the speed pants. The slightly faster pants. They are ever so slightly faster. Of course. Because no one's in here. We were going to have to fight these anyway. We are going to be fighting in the reeves. As expected. On the bright side, there should only be... technically... 2 in our way. These things do take a lot more damage. Than your standard ones. Engage this one! Oh, I should probably throw down content. I can't see. I can't see which one. Campaign participation. Reparticipation. Throw it on that one. Why Why would I target that one? Just because my trusts can go through the barriers don't mean I can. Good lord. I should probably check to make sure I'm not capping on merit points. Not quite yet, but we're getting close. Yeah, because we should be able to reach D without meeting another one. Put on our better ring. That might help. That might help. Spurned, Flute Slinger. Valiants, which are paladins. They did say long cutscene, didn't they? They did say long cutscene. We could engage that one, but there's no point in that. D is not in that direction. Voidregas. Nothing is aggroing on proximity, which is good. Because we have to go over here to D, which should hopefully teleport us and maintain our invisibility if we're lucky. I mean, it's no big deal if I have to pop items. We have plenty of items. Nope. It took our invisibility away. How dare you, game? Anyway, from D, we can walk all the way around to H. And like I said, from H to I, from I to J to the final location. How dare it? Now this is going to be the longest walk of the bunch. How's it going? You've reached us just near the climax of Seekers of Adeline. I'd say at the climax, but we're clearly only like halfway into Chapter 5. Not even. Which is glorious. Well, there are a good number of people doing that. I encounter the glorious fun of not having Aran for the climactic fights of Adeline. That was a problem. He is kind of a very necessary trust, and oh goodness, that is very red. Oh, yes. They do love their mini games when unlocking chests. There's a couple of... I'd say there's definitely Box Destroyer, which is something that'll help with that. But generally, if you're... Yeah, it is a random number that is chosen. And it's real fun to try and... It's actually a pretty good strategy for almost always finding the right number within like five attempts? I think it's 5 attempts. You start at half. Because it's actually an algorithm sorting procedure. You start at, you know your range, you choose half of that. That'll tell you whether it's above or below, and then you choose half the next number in between. And you continue down, and you'll generally get it within 5 or 6 guesses. Sometimes it's more, sometimes it's less, because of how things divide evenly like that. Yeah, it's 5 or 6, I think. It's definitely before 7. And that's, like I said, that's just a general sorting algorithm as well. So it's a general good search. It's actually a computer searching algorithm. It has surprising uses, although most people aren't taught things like that. Those of us who have been taught about that, it's generally because we're trained in the field of computer science. Like I said, it's a random code, so 11 and 14, that's just coincidence. Supposedly. I wouldn't be surprised if they might have weighted the code that determines what those are to be a little more weighted towards those. I mean, 7.5 is coming out Tuesday. And they just had the announcements for the first Fan Fest. The first Fan Fest thing happened yesterday, in fact. So, which, speaking of, that was most definitely more of a stakeholder meeting type thing than what I've seen them do for the North American fan festivals at other times. Yeah, Evercold. And I figured they were probably going to hold off to January because December would not be a good time to release the game. Because it was either going to be, if they kept to the time frame between, it would have been like early to mid-December, which is not a good time to release. Let's be honest, not a good time to release your expansion, considering Christmas is literally around the corner. So, holding off to January, not bad. And technically that still puts it within the holiday windows. The window of the holiday. Technically, especially if it's like early January. Plus, everyone theoretically will have saved up their everyone will have their PTO from work. So you can take as much time off as you need at the beginning of the year. So everyone should have no excuses to not be playing it when it comes out and comes live. Right? That's how that works. Plus, it's going to be middle of winter. I mean, if we have a winter similar to what we had last year, you're probably going to have time. You know, once you get snowstormed in, which probably will happen. At least those of us who live up here in the frozen north. I say frozen north, but we're not the frozen north. Though there were plenty of sections of my state that got buried by multiple feet of snows during several of the snowstorms. That was fun to see the pictures of. I even imagine most of that snow is probably mostly melted by now, but when you're talking up to the roof of your building, and so that's like 10 feet of solid snow, yeah, it gets a little deep. There we go. Okay, so we're currently at Kita Turris. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7, technically 8. So we're at the we are literally at the halfway point of the final chapter. This is the last quest / cutscene one. Then we got 2 cutscene quests, a battleground, a cutscene, final boss, and the 2 last cutscene quests. And Jay should take us right to where we need to go. Yep. There it is. Turris itself. At long last. To the heart of the cube dimension. Because this is all very much... Okay. I say this is cubes, but this is all... It's actually more bismuth. Bismuth crystals. And what the geometric formations that you get from bismuth crystals than anything else. We're gonna grab this home point. Now we could always come back here real fast. And what are you doing here? That doesn't bode well at all. Into the elevator? there be no map for Torres. Which means I don't even know if I'm going... Okay. Avoid the glowy things. They are teleporters. Okay. Understood. Message received. Oh, that does bode. This does not bode ill at all. Not in the slightest.
To think a foe lies beyond this door. But more man, that cooling aren't here yet. I wonder what's keeping him.
Best to wait for them.
You're right. That's for the
Rachnios! Haciela!
Dakulin, what's wrong? Something happened?
You must not go any closer!
What's this? Rachnios, I can't control.
It's too late!
Rachnios and Arciella. How many moons has it been? I see that one of your ragtag entourage is conspicuously absent. No matter.
Melvin.
No man is born into this world without sin. We all have darkness in our hearts, yet some tuck it away better than others. Men are born into this world whole, but their spirits live on even as their bodies crumble into dust. They float through time and space, some days, some weeks, some centuries, until they're eventually given life again. Spirits never know release from their torment, all owing to the gloom that resides within us. And what do they carry with them as they revive anew? Nothing. Their ethereal strings stretching from existence to pointless existence. Yet, if we try to tie the ends together, to close the circle, we discover only that they extend farther than our hands can reach. What is the purpose of life if its inevitable destination is despair? I pity those lost souls who will never attain true awareness, and thus I've no choice but to snuff each lone candle out. And once that task is done, I will build a new, more natural order.
You mean to?
How is that evil? By bringing death, I create new life. And the only way to save a spirit is to annihilate it. Vanadiel is a fickle place. Despite your endless meandering, you occasionally give life to exceptional individuals. An awakening. Your much-lauded August was one such man. These anomalies across the ages are spiritual leaders, erudite sages, ferocious generals, and more. Perhaps you are the same. Perhaps not. Maybe you're a sign, sent to guide me on the right path. There are things that even someone with endless hosts like myself does not know. Will you be the ones to open the gates to paradise? Gates to paradise? Listen to me, bleating like a foal. You've come to stop me, have you not? August did the same. Do the lot of you not realize how absurd this is? Surely you cannot mean to succeed. If you know not your place, then I will show you. Look upon me and despair. Despair at the futility of your struggle. It would serve you better to put more weight into your blade than your war cries.
Stop spitting out filth and fight like a man! Mortimer, I tried to stop them from entering, but it was too late. There's no way we can fight them like this. Darkulin, take Rachnios and the princess and get out of here. By your word.
But why? With all of us here, surely we can...
It's not about defending to the last, Arciella. There's a reason for...
A fatal mistake to let your guard down, fool!
Mortimer!
Do not underestimate this old man, demon spawn!
And old you are indeed!
You think you're clever, do ya? Maybe I'm not half the man I once was, but I've got wisdom now I didn't then. Don't pretend to be all high and mighty with... Oh, he's coming! Darkulin, you gonna stand there agape or you gonna get your hide out of here like I asked? Go! I can only protect you for so long. And you too. I need you to trust me on this one. Throwing a bunch of words at you as explanation isn't gonna help. Flee while you can. I've got a little someone to take care of things for me. I should be able to hold out till you haul your butts out of here.
Resist all you want, stubborn fool. I shall delight all the more once your spirit is finally broken.
Climb on.
But we can't.
I said on.
I know you're tight, Mortimer. You stand tall and true, knowing you played your role in this charade. So, the best way to get you is by slaying your friends.
Take a look.
I'm gonna block his assault.
Mortimer!
Morma,
Why?
are you stuffed with cotton? Run while you can! And abandon you to the monster? No, we stand together. Don't burn foolishly into death, Dark Coolin. I've taught you all you need to know. Now get your mangy hide out of here. Get out! Morma! What? For once, would you just listen?
A bit overconfident throwing away your weapon, Don't you think?
Get away! Leave now! Stop until last. You shouldn't be saving your master. You should be listening to him. Get him out of here!
Rachnios!
I've gotta leave it to him.
But we can't!
Princess, you had him. If we don't leave now, we will all die. Take to me.
If you say so.
As long as I keep him occupied, you should be able to bust through the door. May the wind be at your deck, Darkulin. Mama, please forgive us.
How long do you plan on clinging to this, your pitiful existence? Did someone show you how to resist me for so long? Tell me, Mormar, what have you learned?
That's a good question. But what would I gain from telling ya?
It matters little. You've been a thorn in my side for too long. I thought it was mere resilience, but I underestimated your resolve. What unworldly forces has the betrayer given you? Survive you might, but your soul will never know solace. I will release you from such painful shackles, Mormar. Do you have any last words you wish the ages to record?
I've got no words from ya, other than these. The next generation will come for ya, no matter how much flesh you may flay from this old corpse. I'm glad I can sacrifice myself, just like August did.
Well, I think Mormar is officially dead. Rachnios, you look quite pale. And with the Lady Arciella in tow. Nothing pleases me more than to see you've both successfully escaped. Hello, Theodore. I've been waiting for you.
Theodore?
One of you is missing.
What's that supposed to... No!
No need to be so defensive. The two of us have history of camaraderie together, do we not, Rachnios? I am not, now, nor have I ever been, your enemy.
This may seem strange, Princess, but I guarantee he's on our side.
Come. We've much to speak of, and this is not a safe place to do so. Let's head to the summit of Mount Khmer, where your most holy of dragons awaits. I shall meet you there. Vampire Man has explaining to do.
I don't understand. What could dear Theodore want?
I cannot find fault in your trepidation, but we must make haste. This land is not safe for us anymore.
Right.
Theodore has much explaining to do. Moreover, the betrayer. Who is this betrayer that Hades refers to? And why has he given Moramar the power to at least live these centuries, among other things? Something is amiss that we've not been informed of that is very important, but not important enough to tell us what's going on. Someone's been withholding information, and I think it's mostly Theodore and Moramar. Why they're both not withholding this information is a mystery. Truly, truly is. But we should at least get answers from Vampire Man. I mean, he's technically not a vampire, but you know, he might as well be. Considering his paleness, he's got a unique face, weapon, and armor. I mean, I want that cane. I want to be able to use that cane. Maybe Sajaka will have something to say about him. Forgive me for saying this, Rachnios, but your tendency to be one step behind seems to be literal as well as figurative. Where to begin?
Why start with the more ephemeral topics when we can focus on someone close to our hearts? Mortimer.
But if we take things out of order, then their heads will spin so fast they'll go tumbling right off a cliff. I suppose that means I must lead you towards the most uncomfortable truth. You cannot defeat Hades as things stand, and I need you to listen carefully to the reason. In his quest to keep himself from dissipating into nothingness, Hades engraved a piece of himself onto the souls of each member of the Zol Triumvirate.
How would he go about doing that?
It's not as peculiar a technique as you might surmise. Why, it's the same technique that's used by the key to the Founder King's grave, passed from each generation of the Order of the Adeline to the next. A key, princess, whose passing you once witnessed. That key, engraved with the soul of Ignis himself, was also once handed over to Rachnios temporarily.
You mean?
The one and the same. Hades used a similar ritual to create blood sigils on the spirits of his 3 most trusted underlings.
Blood sigils?
Most sinister, no. But as long as they exist, you cannot vanquish Hades.
I don't understand.
These sigils are inexorably intertwined not just with the Triumvirate, but also Hades' soul itself. These sigils not only provide entry to the turrets, but are an armor stronger than the thickest mithril. The Zol Triumvirate are inscribed with these profane marks. Any harm inflicted upon Hades mars instead the flesh of those 3 abominations. Then our attacks against him do not work, as you've doubtlessly noticed. His flesh was impervious, his organs unblemished. But these sigils serve another purpose. The symbols of the Triumvirate's total fealty. How could there be anything else? Hades has engraved himself upon their very souls.
Theodore, why do you know all this? Please, tell me.
That which I thought I had unraveled has come twisting back to me.
Back to you? No, you can't mean.
I do. It prevents me from heading towards Hades' domain. As I said, they're symbols of absolute fealty. As it was then, his blood sigil takes hold of me once more.
No. Surely you understand now, princess. Though he once served under the monster, he is now one of the 7. The undying Nakwal. In the flesh. Theodore? A Nakwal?
Yes. Sajaka and Morim have long protected Obaka from that which sought to engulf it. So too have I. In the age of the Founder King, I had originally pledged my life to Hades, but came to embrace August and all he stood for. Now, I stand before you. I was only partially joking about the Vampire Lord, him being the Vampire Lord, but he basically is a vampire. When Mormar bid you flee from the turrets, he was not acting irrationally. Far from it. I am the reason for his actions.
But how? Why?
Because the blood sigil prevented me from laying siege myself.
No.
When I caught wind he was making haste to the turrets, I cut him off and revealed the truth. Forgive my squawking like a colibri, repeating myself the same phrase thrice over, but Hades cannot be vanquished as long as the sigils are manifest. How could you call something a battle when the enemy's victory is already assured? I was not but honest. Had you fought him alongside him in that struggle, all of you would have been consumed. And confronted, face to face, engaged with death itself, escape would have been utterly impossible. Someone had to stay there and confront him, alone, so the rest would survive. In a word, I sentenced him to death. I confided that the only way for you to survive was for him to sacrifice himself. Do you know how he replied?
I have no problem giving up my life if it means protecting those dear to me.
Fitting.
Mortimer, why? Why did you have to suffer alone?
No.
You surely understand the implications, having toppled both Ashrak and Domak. To them, the marks are a blessing, but to me, a curse. And Hades will now go quietly into the night as long as any of the marks survive. There's only one way. You must wrest my mark from me. In the same way as the hallowed August did so many centuries ago. Yet here's not the place for bloodshed. We must go somewhere more appropriate. Here. I will await you in Rala Waterways, in the Water Garden Coliseum. And Princess, I forbid you from taking part. For the mark to be extinguished, I must challenge Dracnios with the utmost rancor.
I understand. But I have one request. Though I cannot take part, I would like to be present, as one of August's heirs.
I fear your bravery outstrips your wisdom here, Arciala. You may not like what you see.
I won't shy away from my people's future.
Spoken like a true leader. When next I see you, it will be in the field of battle. Well, that explains a lot.
Theodore always struck me as being more than he let on. But I never would have thought I imagined he lived during the time of the Founder King.
I thought he was a libertine myself.
Isn't that a little mean? But given the pioneers always spread rumors about him drowning in drink and gambling at the Murmurs Coalition, I can't fault you for thinking that. If you ask me, his blending in with the citizens of Adeline was too much of a risk. Right as I would forget about him, he would come bounding up the mountain with fanciful tales of the sights he saw and people he met. A youngling again, he seemed to me, as if the centuries of his life touched him not. Lest you be fooled, Dracnios, he's unlike any of the other Naquals you have faced. Never let your guard down for an instant. And if you cannot even best the man in black, rest assured that Hades would grind your bones to dust and come for your eastern homeland. So fight with both vim and vigor. He expects no less of you, nor do I. You've proven your mettle before, and a warrior such as he, who brought the Founder King to a standstill, will show you no quarter. Remove the curse the Dread Lord placed upon him. Go. Death waits for no man.
And so we now know more. Theodore, I was seriously kind of only half joking about him being the vampire lord. Pale skin, clearly several centuries old, blending into society as best he can. But he very clearly was coded as being not human anymore. Like, very clearly not. And it was because of him still doesn't quite explain Mormar, because he didn't explicitly do anything to help Mormar survive centuries. Which he clearly somehow did. M6 in the waterways. Let's see, the M6. M6, that's that one. Not this one, the next southern entrance. Tell me, the stars in the sky, what do you think they are? They dot the black sky, providing thousands of little lights to shine down on a cold winter's eve. But in reality, they're separate worlds, not unlike our own. At least, that's what some sages outlandishly claim. When you gaze up into the night, have you ever thought about how blessed you are that they exist? The winds may shift, the land may quake, and the gods are born to die. But the stars remain forever unchanging. And during the day, when black waxes blue, ever pondered the glory of the daytime? Here we sit, underground, surrounded from top to bottom, left to right, by stone walls that block the sky from view. Yet, the blue sky and starry night wait patiently for us to take but one step above ground. Do you find that an unwavering truth? Do you not? Would that life were that simple? No. What you take to be a given is not the case for others. Permit me to reminisce about the past before we duel. About the time I first met the entity you know as Hades. He was not always known by that name. And I was but a loyal follower. My memory beyond that time is hazy, but I do recall that much. He was a man of ambition, a man with a lust for power and influence. History talks of kings and emperors, of soldiers and generals, but their desires to leave a mark, the mark for future generations, pale in comparison to his. He commanded huge swaths of the populace, his presence divine, and I too chose to follow in his path. I respected, adored, and envied him. In his search for a way to attain the unattainable, he found the truth. The truth of how to overcome his mortal shell and become something greater. Become more human? He stepped beyond all boundaries known to man and discovered a realm beyond our own. A different realm? Yes. He named it Tartarus. That is also the approximate time he began referring to himself as Hades. Not content to merely discover a new land, he began to gather servants that would bend totally to his will. He was single-minded of purpose and desired underlings to serve him unfalteringly. He called forth beings that had no right to be in this world. The Cimmerian adherents. The other two members of the Zol Triumvirate were likewise summoned from that most unholy of domains. It's likely that Bellamore was as well. How do I know this? Because I ranked above all his other followers. Though I may turn an eye to the past, I realize that minion might be a more appropriate term. By his will, I entered Tartarus, and it was there that I discovered them. It was by my hand they were brought forth into Vanadiel.
Theodore, you did what?
Would that it were possible to deny it, but I will not shirk from speaking the truth. It was then that Hades began to change.
You discovered them?
I was his follower, and he used me to further his own ends. I journeyed through the void of Tartarus, alone, and every demon I subjugated, I made swear a vow to serve Hades. Ashrak, Domak, the Cimmerian adherents, all of them are blasphemous entities from that sealed land. Yet, not all capitulated easily. There were the 6 Naquals and Sajaka. They did not fully succumb to my tortures. Their oaths did not ring true to my lord, and he confined them deep within the shadowy realm.
So they were left to fester. When was this?
We were discussing the stars at the start of our conversation, Rachnios, and that leads me to this next tale. Tartarus was a land without stars or blue skies, though. I cannot say it was a confined location. It was utterly sealed within itself. It's not wholly unlike these waterways. You can stretch out your arms above or below you. On the end, you're blocked in. Our future is much the same. I cannot tell you how many days and nights I spent wandering the Black Land. How pointless is it to count time in a world that knows neither dawn nor dusk? How much more laughable does that become when one does not age? It was an endless parade of bloodshed with no respite in sight. I lost control of what made me human and succumbed to the darkness. That may have been the very reason he chose to send me to Tartarus. How did he change? I do not know what powers he obtained when he surpassed the confines of the flesh, nor what realities he saw. The only clue I had were these cryptic words. All are lost. The spirits wandering endlessly through darkness. I will help them transcend their suffering and give them death, and all will become one. It was my job, he remarked almost flippantly, to help him see his goals through. I felt tugged in all directions, but he invested in me a fraction of the energies he gathered from Tartarus. And so, I became the first of the Zol Triumvirate. Hades and I were not brought into this world as undying beings. We were human, just like the two of you. Despite his centuries of dormancy, his goal has remained firm and absolute. This brand, this blood sigil, it binds my soul to his, so his intentions are as clear as crystal to me. One's death should not be for another to decide. You might find such a truth to be self-evident, but at the time, it did not occur to me. I was like a zombie, mindlessly following Hades' orders, till I met August. If I'd not seen that most noble visage, I still might be under the Dread Lord's thrall to this very day. I would not be without a will to call my own, content with blindly culling those who dared defy him. The only path left to me was one of darkness, shambling from battle to battle, sans thought or pause. When my future had been locked in place by another, August came and released me from my prison. His face was a radiant beacon in the darkness, outshining even the scales of Sajaka himself. Of course, were I to tell our dragon friend, he would like me chew on my head as a snack. But the past is in the past. We must now look towards Ubuka's future. The only way to release the blood sigil is to sever my spirit from my body. August was aware of this as well, and that's why he showed no mercy in our combat. Rachnios, you must vanquish me. There is no other option. You must, as he did. I never would have thought the same story would play out twice. But despite what August showed me, our destinies are not fully in our hands. Forgive me my divergent ramblings. You have a task to which you must attend. You stand no chance against Hades if you cannot fell even one such as me. Princess, I bid you to wait outside the ring. But never once avert your eyes. It is your responsibility to witness this clash, and whatever end awaits.
Of course.
So, you've elected to come alone. Bravery worthy of August himself. The scene repeats itself, down to the last detail. Is that confidence or brashness I see in your eyes? Does it even matter in the end? Beware, the years have taken nothing from me. I will not hold back. Come, defender of Ulbuka. Okay. We have one shot at this, because if we fail, we must wait to the next in-game day. Come on, give me my equipment. Make sure we're wearing the proper gear. Throw down a Hybrid Razor. And now we begin our Trust Summon. That's all 5. Haseo. And we engage! Now, he is technically considered, I believe, he's a Black Mage with a subclass of Dark Knight. And because of that, he will throw down Dread Spikes at some point, which is going to hurt like a son of a gun. But we just like with the others, we have to get him down to 10% health. Once Dread Spikes go up, our auto attacks are going to hurt a lot. Which means we just have to out DPS him before he drops that. And hopefully that Uranaran can dispel them. Uranaran or Koromaru. One of the two has to be able to do it. He does do a lot of AoE damage, which is going out pretty heavily. He's at half health. So far, so good. Okay. The dread spikes is out. Yep. This is hurting. This is hurting a lot. Oh, please, somebody! Dispel that, please! This is gonna drain what healing we have available. Oh god. They're out. The dread spikes are out. Mediate. Weapon skills don't trigger the spikes, which is good. Uranoran is almost out of MP. I think the spikes have gone. The spikes are gone. Good. I think we have him. I missed. Oh, he must have cast shadows. He does cast shadows. Ayame, you can trigger another weapon skill at any time. Fine. And there go our buffs wearing off. Success! He is the undying Nakwal, after all.
Oh, splendidly done.
Theodore? Did you think my assertion to immortality to be hyperbolic? Lest you think I do not feel pain, I do. Oh, though I cannot cross over. I've been to the brink several times. And it's not an experience I ever desire to repeat. And the closer I get, the worse it is. But my soul is free from his icy grasp once more. With this, you should be able to slay him, once and for all. Of course, saying such encouraging words only makes light of the situation, for his power is orders of magnitudes greater than my own. Consider yourself duly warned. And with that, I bid you to leave me to my thoughts. This conflict has worn me out. It's true I may be unable to age, but I was old enough when I became that way. Leave a gentleman to his aches and pains. But a salve for me before you go?
Oh, Theodore.
Princess. Or rather, Arceola. You did your family proud, remaining steadfast in the face of such a violent struggle.
Thank you.
So this is what it feels like to be my own man. After all these years. And their friend, Bellamore. That was quite the parting gift. If he's able to manipulate the blood sigils, then he may be more than just an ordinary member of the Triumvirate. They best not underestimate one such as he. Can only hope. Yep, it strips you of your re-raise. That just seems exceptionally rude to me. Well, we are reaching the climax. And there's but a cutscene, 2 fights, and a cutscene, and then the finale. As loath as I am to end it at the climax, because this is like at the climax. It is here. I'm not convinced we can make it all the way through to the end in a time frame that doesn't encroach upon weekly Final Fantasy XIV with everybody. We can try. But if we're going to do that, which I think we can. We're going to need to take a quick couple of minute break is all. After I pick up the re-raiser. Because I'm going to want that. Okay. If it's just you and me, not gonna lie, I don't have paste to grind. My paste has been grinded. That was why I was suggesting maybe paste grind, because it's like, oh, Red needs that. I no longer do. I'm not surprised. Then we'll have time to finish. I mean, I'm always up for tombstones and roulettes, so that's always a thing we can do. And there's always tombstones and roulettes. So, since we're going to be finishing off the last of Seekers, then I'm going to need just a quick couple of minute break just to make sure everything is flowing properly. It's because it's been a while since we've had a stream of this length. 3 hours is normally pretty long, especially on a Saturday. So we'll be back in like a couple of minutes, tops. In the meantime, enjoy the ambiance of Rakaznar. And we are back. Again, the very bismuthi look of Rakaznar. Very interesting. It is time to fight Hades. At least first form Hades. And now we descend yet again. Directly into Hades' domain. The much less likable of the Hadeses we've encountered in Final Fantasy. Emet-Selch was much more of an enjoyable character than this one. Though, I suppose, even this one has his motivations. For what it's worth. The 3 sigils.
Incorrigible whelps! Know you not your place in this world? There's no saving those who wish for oblivion. It is. Lady Arciella, what would your devotees do if they saw their adored princess looking so dour? It matters not. The downtrodden may call you what they will, but I'll not address you by that mockery of a title, nor feign respect for those trailing at your skirts. After all, you stand in my domain now. Congratulations on breaking the blood sigils. It's more than I expected. I'm eminently aware that the betrayer had a hand in this. A toast, then, to the success of our heroes. What do you think your little playtime bought you? A chance to stand on equal footing? Is that it? Perhaps I should pat you on the head like the simpletons you are. You've succeeded in accomplishing absolutely nothing. It's pointless knowing that, because in precious moments, I'll be making trinkets out of your bones. For a man with an eternity to spend, I've very little patience.
It is. What have you done with Mortimer?
What have I done? Oh, your mewling amuses me so.
I don't.
You want him back, don't you? Yet you can't say those 4 little words. I've treated you a bit more beastly than you are. My apologies. What a faithful little pet, cowering about wanting his master's body returned. And what would you do with it? Climb a grassy knoll and bury it overlooking the ocean? Or would you leave the corpse in a dirty field for the vultures to gnaw at its flesh? Too bad for you, then, that neither will happen. You pitiful fools are dumb enough to believe that I'd leave so much as a shred of him left? I even expected your pea-sized brains to know that much. Let's postulate for 1 minute. Even if I did let him leave with his life, what would he have done? Go scurrying back to his oh-so-faithful companions, weaving a grand tale of his daring escape? But that faint glimmer of hope you held out should have turned into despair. Because your master didn't come back, did he?
What have you done with him?
I should have given you more credit. It's exactly as you think. His death throes were silenced by these 2 hands. He spewed into the last that he did to save his friends and drew his last breath alone in a struggle that was anything but valiant. Do you know how hordes of rats spill out of the walls when the sturdy vessel careens over? This one got a bit stuck along the way. Where his friends found higher ground, he found only watery asphyxiation. Could you picture a more comical end? To have lived years, centuries, only to die in ignominy. And what does he have to show for it? Protecting the jungle? Stopping August's bloodline from ending?
he created nothing for himself, spending his miserable existence defending the works of others. Did his life hold any meaning? No. He died for nothing. How laughably absurd. A man with no value in life finding no value in death. Garbage. The man was utter garbage. Oh, now that's a sight I haven't seen in ages. That shine, using your soul to fuel your rage. I was right the first time. Your mind speaks the tongue of man, but your vocalizations are those of a mere monstrosity. I seem to recall your master telling you something about not rushing in without thinking. But look at you. Pathetic.
The pain... Darkulian! Why'd you come back? Darkulian! Don't!
Damned idiot.
You put up a brave front, but all you really wanted was to be loved. And where's all your trust in me? Imagine that. Didn't he tell you? I died.
You love your precious master so much. How fitting that you join him.
No, can't be. First to lose Mortimer, now Darkulian.
Oh, my little princess. Do you really have the time to sit down staring? 2 down. And 2 to go. It's high time you too fell into the abyss.
Hades, your reign of terror ends here.
Now, with this one, drawing your weapon will immediately start your battle. Alright. We begin. Where's our right... There's my re-razor. Like I said, this is Hades' first form. And this is going to be As typical with Arciella, if she falls, it's over. Which means, of course, we have to be careful. Again, making the assumption light is what we need. I'm assuming she'll probably auto-begin the battle at 2 minutes. Which will be fine. We begin! Tepeyame off. This one's gonna be near full power. Ground strike. 8,000 damage. Excellent. He's at a quarter health. He's down about a quarter. Excellent. That was 10,000. He's approaching half. Keeping an eye on that to be able to throw down the next one should we need it. He's at half. A minute on that skill. A minute on meditate. Touchy goes off. He's about a quarter. 40 seconds. I think we have this in the bag. I may have overreacted, which is fine. Down to between 20 and 10%. He just did a massive dispel. Because we lost all our buffs and defensives. That's fine. There they go back up. Weapon skills out. That was 5,000. Not the most ideal amount of damage, but should be fine. He's under 10%. He cannot keep up with our damage at this moment, which is fine. Everyone is paralyzed. Someone just did a Savage Blade. Savage Blade? Who knows Savage Blade? Arciella must know Savage Blade. Because that's not a Millennial ability. And down. First form, Hades down. First form down. Now time for cutscene. Or maybe not. Yes.
How could you
possibly? Oh, are you capable of transcending? No, it can't be done. I refuse to believe it. I am Hades. Rakaznar is my domain. Its very existence proof I have broken the cycle. And I've come to release all souls from wandering aimlessly in the dark. That's not enough. Remnants of my human form continue to stand in my way. My sole means to success is by ridding myself of all vestiges of humanity. This vile husk restrains me. I must shed this skin and abandon the frailty of mankind. None shall remain. Yes. What did he? My wish. My soul desires all. The end. What's this? What is he? Rachnios! Sajaka! And Theodore! Are the two of you safe? Theodore? Stand, princess. Now is not the time to falter. He has eye beams! Sajaka! I can't move! Does this face look familiar to you? All those years ago, I followed you until I saw the light. It's me, Hades. Theodore.
Never did I think to stand in front of your visage once more. I can only hope that my words will reach the bottom of whatever heart you may have left. In your misguided quest to banish the darkness, you became enthralled to that very thing you thought to destroy. Awaken from your nightmare!
Come, gather at my light.
Theodore! It is as I feared. You no longer possess a single drop of self-awareness. I once pledged myself to you, and out of a sense of duty, I will give you the sweet release you always craved. It is now, the time is now, Rachnios. Banish him to the depths beyond! It is now time for number 2. Now, again, much like the last one, Arciella will be there, and this time we will fight alongside Theodore. We cannot do anything to Theodore. We cannot heal him. We cannot do anything. Also, the enemy's HP bar is hidden this entire time. Okay, let's throw it on the Super Eraser. Kodomaru. This is the final battle of Seekers. Now, like I've mentioned before, we all know Rhapsodies came afterwards, which has its own set of BCNMs, burning circles. That are more than this. And so, but that is things I'm okay, there we go. And now we fight! Hit him! Throw that down. Then one for all. Then expend our runes to do 2,000 damage. We do not know how much health he has. We do not know how close we are going to be to murdering him until we actually succeed. That was almost 5,000 damage. All 5 are still up. Excellent. Someone did a Savage Blade that got immediately 8 up in the skill chain. And that was 11,000 damage. Someone drop another skill chain. Surely, Ayame, you're pretty close. Okay, Circle Blade, Frenzied Thrust. And that was 14,000. Give him a swipe. Then get our rune infusion back up. Hades is paralyzed. He's taking 1,000 damage per auto attack. I am currently petrified. Cannot move. Petrification broken. I'm now stunned. It just does not want me to combo. Fine. Let's throw it on Mediate. That's now been refreshed. Throw it on the refreshed Haseo. Sword plays on a minute and a half. That's lunge. That was 4,000 on our runes. Get the runes slowly back up. Stunned again. Uranoran's about a third MP. Sword plays 30 seconds. On its return. I'm stunned again, just when I need to combo, of course. Of course, of course, of course. Okay, Center's Cross. That's gotta be Theodore. I did not combo that properly. Swordplay up. I am now... Am I within range? Yes! I'm... Oh, was still within... Yes, there we go. You knocked me out of it. Haha! I have drawn the boss's attention, and now I've been petrified. I think I got him. We got him. Ooh, that was a relatively epic one. Ooh. Trust me, I've had worse ambuscades. But for a story boss, that was pretty brutal. Like, that was overgeared, most definitely. But also, 6 minutes. Battle for the ages. Sajaka. Do you mean to? I cannot allow the dead to rot here. No. Something is not right.
Torment torment. Rivers. Darkness.
You've fallen so far. Can that even be called existence? There's naught else to do.
Theodore? What's happening? Orthosine, it's...
And the palm.
Mother, bring your power to this land once more. Cleanse it of all impurity. And let Orthosine shine bright. Like a breath of the holy dragon himself.
And there he is. The power of ancient entities combined to shatter the darkness.
Hades, he's... in death, a miracle. Rosalatia?
August?
You mean, but that's impossible.
Queen Rosalatia.
Without the aid of these gifted individuals, the World Tree would not have come to thrive once more. I can feel their spirits drifting about, sealed here along with the others within this domain. At least, for now. But this one, not only has his spirit fallen prey, but his body as well.
Then I shall intervene. Just as I called the noble one back from the brink of death, so too shall I breathe new life into Darkoline. Be it salvation or curse, I know not. See, I made joke about him being vampire lord, but he just make them ghouls. By World of Darkness standards. Like, this is what happens when vampires give their blood to a mortal. They become essentially immortal. Immortal mortals. It's very weird.
The World Tree oversees all life, let me lend them but a fraction of her vitality. Mother, grant them your bounty, that they may find the strength to overcome.
Because, of course, it is a Final Fantasy game. No one stays dead. Only Harshafant stays dead.
What on vanity hell? I thought I had...
Mortimer, Nakulin.
Thank you.
We're in the turrets?
Yeah, he's the only one who stays dead. In 14, he's the only one who stays dead. In 11, no one stays dead. Like, no one. No one's dead, except the bad guys.
Oh, Mortimer, please forgive us. If we hadn't come in the first place, you would have...
Huh? My head's filled with fog, Princess. You're gonna have to be a bit clearer.
And you're right, I forgot about Moonbrita.
I too am at a loss.
Finally have your eyes open. To think my own general would be caught napping.
What? August? Could it be?
Good, Morimar. You've done Olbuka a service these long years. And you, young cub, are the very image of your honored father. Did everyone forget about the giant floating corpse of Hades? King August. Yes, none know better than I, Rosalitia. Our respite is but a brief one.
Theodore, what's going on?
The gate connecting the two worlds is unstable. Tartarus threatens to consume the entire place.
Then we'll get sucked in too.
We had worked to seal the magic within, yet... My friends, my posterity, ere long this entire edifice will vanish. I bid you flee. Sajaka, take wing.
As you command, my liege.
We are counting on you. Everybody on the dragon.
But wait, what about the two of you?
Think not our lives forfeit. It will be yet another sacrifice to shelter Adeline. People, do not swear fealty to a king. A king swears fealty to his people.
You don't have to do this alone.
Dear child, you bring a smile to my face. But this task is not for you. Generations have passed since I last walked this land, yet I cannot count how many. All those who served this nation and life, the nation and life. naught left for me in this world. My beloved wife has long departed this realm, and our scions have long since taken up their inheritance.
King August,
But your deep green eyes and hair of pure silver. Our daughter looked much the same. It was with heavy heart I witnessed the years of trials faced our nation. Yet seeing you this day has eased my burden.
my name is Asiela.
Beautiful name for a young woman of so fair a face. You have an older brother, Ignis, was it not? The man's stubbornness rivals my own. And lest you ask, yes, that was my doing. He is a scrappy one, and the curse that bound him is no more. His path is now his own to walk. And you too, Arciela. May you find in your long lives the sincerity that we did not. The serenity. My knight most true, Ubuka continues to need your service.
I would not have it any other way.
Enough with royal fiat. Sajaka, your time is now. We shall not meet again in this time. Watch over my people. Always.
Yes, your majesty.
You have protected my descendants, nay, the entirety of my nation, and followed our call to this very spot. You leave miracles in your wake. Yggdrasil is reborn, Sajaka is whole. By the grace of Altana, you stand before us today. Your star shines brighter than any. Pray, tell me your name. I am but a humble man. Those who choose not to leave their names in history are often those who are moved it the most. The rest is up to us. Hades, the time for you to enter eternal slumber has arrived. And by my hands it ends. I compel you, be gone! Oh, don't worry, there's still 2 missions before now and then. Why? Theodore? Why do you intervene, old friend? August, I cannot. Though I severed all ties with him and turned to you, no matter how much I loathe him and shall continue to despise him for all time, I cannot allow you to extinguish the small fire he awakened in my heart when first we met. I cannot. Cannot. Please, August. Please allow me this one indulgence. I cannot allow him to remain. Let me stay here with him. Have you taken leave of your senses? No. Then I shall respect your will. The centuries have done little to change you, old friend. But know this, so long as you decide to remain with me, I will have you fight by my side.
That goes without saying.
You remain ever a man of mystery, Theodore. Go. There's little time left. The two of us will be able to prevent a calamity from occurring, though it will take some time.
The two of you? There's another who stands proudly with you.
Ah, Green Rosalatia. Your aid would be a boon.
We shall take our leave. Finally, everybody on the dragon. Good God, this took longer than it needed to be. Cling to my wings, seekers of Adeline. Title drop at the third to last quest. And your majesty, I bid you farewell.
May the ends of time bring us together once more. As the crystal overture plays in the background, all those many years ago, we pledged that our deaths would serve a greater purpose. That oath takes form at last. Come, friends. I think this is actually like the first time we've heard this, like the traditional theme in 11. I don't recall it being in any other expansion's ending. At least not so prominently. Meanwhile, about 30 minutes from the start of that battle, or so it feels like at least.
Is this light from the World Tree? We passed over it as we fled, and its power is made manifest. These golden shimmers will bring new life onto this weary land. New life.
Rosalatia's pulled through for us. We owe her in
those other two a big debt.
That we do.
Princess Rachnios. No, Rachnios, I didn't almost call you Princess Rachnios. No, you misheard. You sure pulled through when we needed ya. I'm just sorry I couldn't be standing by your side.
No, Mortimer. What you did was more than enough.
The rest of ya were the real stars. The Iron Fist of Hades is gone at last, and those of us who've seen it from the start to finish know more than anyone how much this means. Thank you. Of course, don't go expecting things to be all smiles and rainbows. The tough part's still ahead. It's time to head back.
Sure is. The city's waiting for us.
And once again, like we began, in Cizetic Battlegrounds, just a short walk from the city. Just as it began. Now, we've made it through the climactic part of the ending, but did you really think that was the end? Oh god, no, there's 2 quests of cutscenes left. A new level 99. Someone either new to 99 or working their way to 99. Another one. The Beaches of the Grind to 99. Edlin never changes. Now, I have no clue what this guy's doing. Oh, they must be blue mage farming. They must be farming a blue mage spell. That's the only thing I can think of. Typical Final Fantasy XI.
Look, it's Rachnios. And the princess, too. Tiana, is that you? Is that you? You guys are the best. Of course I'm glad to see you. You rescued everyone. I had the strangest dream. I saw you and Rachnios riding a big red dragon with a bunch of pretty golden lights around you. And then the lights came to me and I woke up. My grandma, grandpa, and mama and papa were there crying. They said I'd been sleeping a really long time. I know what happened. You and Rachnios helped me just like you did back in the forest. Before it was some herbs for my grandpa, but this time you woke me from a dream. I know it.
You might be right.
I know it. Rachnios, can I ask you a question? Do you remember when you and the princess helped me and I said how much I want to learn magic?
Of course I do.
I knew you would. Magic looks so wonderful, so I thought it'd be fun. But you know what I want to do now? I want to be just like you. I want to be big, strong pioneer. Then I can be friends with the forest and play with all the animals.
I've got a new rival, it seems.
We can be rivals? I don't think I'll go easy on you. Me and my friends are gonna do some training and become the best pioneers ever. See you soon. Big hugs to both of you.
Poor Arciella. Poor Arciella. Just no response to that. Just cannot formulate a response in time. Just, what do you say to that? Bugger. It is 1 a.m. After this next cutscene, we have to wait until the next day.
You may proceed.
There we go.
Permission? There's no need for any special permission. I was made aware that you were coming.
The last in-game day wait. Right here. After this cutscene. Why? Mysteries.
Ragnios, you've come.
The voice I got wrong.
Ragnios, you've come.
I can't do the voice right now. Why?
Just how many times have you been to this room so we could ponder our next step?
There we go.
I think I've lost count, but maybe I should have tried harder to remember. What? That? It's a glass of vegetable juice. Granith made it for me from a bunch brought in this morning. And who do you think delivered them directly from the Civic Auditorium? Why, it was Shalava herself. Would you like a sip?
Apparently.
The main ingredient, of course, is Adelian tomatoes, but I also contains a hint of some other fruits and vegetables. How is it?
Now, it says there's additional dialogue if I go with, ugh!
Ragnios, are you alright? Ragnios? You don't want to know what'll happen if you say I poisoned it.
I'm just playing around.
There's no helping you, is there?
It's really sweet.
It is, don't you think? Though the Arboretum is still small and the Aventus Coalition still has work to do, the bounty tastes as sweet as the finest imported honey. Young stalks brought from the forest are planted and grow, producing the food that'll sustain future generations. But the fear of the forest is so deeply ingrained within Adeline that many still view anything originating there with trepidation. I can only hope that in time, people will begin to realize that the Force can provide us with
Try that line again.
I can only hope that in time, people will begin to realize what the Force can provide us if we pay it the proper respect. And when I grow old, I'll never forget the taste of this juice today. I'm glad I was here to share it with you. But there's other things I remember just as clearly. Oh yes, don't think I'll let you off that easily. I could still feel the heat of your hand when you struck me across the cheek. Though I knew there was a true sense of care and concern behind your actions, you showed me the way. At least, that's how I'd like to think of it.
I'm sorry.
And what would you do if I said that some things can't be forgiven? I'm just pulling your tail. Consider it payback. You know, I felt this strange tingling when we first met. I don't want to call it premonition, because that'd be too grandiose, but I knew something was gonna happen. You swept through Adeline like the wind, touching all you passed by. Yes, the wind. And now I see why. The winds you brought were those of change. No, all of Adeline had stagnated. All that appeared before us, all that was occurring in the forest, we turned our faces from it. We never realized that Yggdrasil was dying. We never realized that Serpentine Labyrinth was rising anew. The old proverb mentions that there's always calm before a storm, but your winds helped us weather all that was to come. It started out with a breeze, with leaves fluttering gently, but slowly you started pushing us forward, helping us walk step by step towards the Herculean task that lay before us. For that, I'll always be grateful. Do you remember that conversation we had some weeks ago? I said that even though we're all weak, we become stronger to protect those we love. That humanity isn't strong, and oftentimes we can only hope for miracles to occur, and those miracles in turn inspire us to become greater. I always believed that to be true. Surely I'm not the only one. All that live in the forest, the Nakwals, those precocious spirits, Leafkin, and even those beasts who sought to impede your progress, even they, Arachnios, thank you. You sheltered us all. City, the jungle, me. Arachnios, when I look inward and think of you,
Do you see what I mean? She has developed a severe emotional dependency. At the very least. I'm willing to bet she is just heavily confused and doesn't know herself what exactly she's feeling. But she's definitely feeling things.
Yes, what is it?
Yeah.
Lady Arciella, the heads of the 12 orders request your presence in the Great Hall to discuss matters most urgent. I see. I'll be there shortly, Granith. Thank you. Forgive me, Arciella, but they insist that you hurry. Haven't yet made peace with them after those harsh words we exchanged. Situation had taken a turn for the worse, and I could never find the time to... I will stop making excuses. This is yet another obstacle I must confront. I don't... Hildebert,
Arciola, we stand before you today knowing we've earned all the ire you threw at us. You were in the right.
Hildebert?
We were consumed by our struggle for power, squabbling over trivialities while the people begged for succor. How had we fallen so far from grace that when we were once united in our goal to bring splendor to our fair nation, but any reason I give you would just ring hollow. And I am more responsible for that than anyone in this hall. When you spoke to us frankly, with a clear mind and heart free of deceit, I turned on you and as a shark sensing blood in the water. And in my rage, I spewed forth such filth that I can't possibly be forgiven. Would that I could take it back, but doing would not mend the wounds I've inflicted. Though it makes not the slightest ounce of difference, I offer my sincerest apologies. Ciela, I'm truly sorry.
So, hi, Arciola. Clara Machado? Surely does beat it all, doesn't it? You want the tiniest tattoo bit surprised? Well, you're no fun. Surely you saw 1,000 rays of gold and light tattoo shining down a while ago? Well, it was the World Tree. The World Tree? Huh? I'll be that as it may, the light came streaming weaving through the air, and before you know it, this fool was bouncing off the walls. The whole time he kept wabbling a bunch of nonsense. Saw the true nature of things. It's not nonsense, you pea-brained idiot, Taru! The truth of everything lay before me like an open book. Yeah, I'm sure Altana blessed you with a holy prophetic vision. I'll condescend to hear your little tale later, so Shataru your trap. And this thunderhead managed to come to. You can figure out what happened next. You mean? Sure do. All those in the city witty who dropped unconscious, be they of the 12 orders or not, popped right up like nothing had happened. Right harder as rain. Nobody died.
Arciela, why is this a surprise? You saw Tiana.
Oh, Machado, I couldn't be more happy.
I don't know why this is a surprise. Tiana was one you specifically called out as having fallen to this. And yet you saw her right as rain. No problems upon entering the city.
When what happened to Tiana wasn't a dream. Oh, so wonderful. Hello. I suppose for getting Kotaro in the moment, I let my mouth run a little too wild. It is one of my character flaws. A flaw? Like the way you sit there making excuses? I know just the place to send you for rehabilitation, Wation. Deep within the snowy paradise of Camir drifts. Amacharu, quit butting into other people's business. Can't you see I'm trying to make a heartfelt apology? It doesn't sound like an apology so much as a swarmily weaseling your way back out of responsibility. For someone so calculating, you're not terribly good at putting two and two together. Yeah. I'm sorry.
Hatsiala? Arachnios? I'm not clear on some of the details, but we've all heard the gist of what happened. You gave us an opportunity to come together as one again.
Opportunity?
Ah! Is that... No, that's just the Chancellor and Ingrid.
Good morning, good day, Arciala.
Voltamir? And Ingrid?
And yet another? Ah, Mortimer. Finally acknowledging the fact he's over here stuffing his face.
Hey, princess.
Mortimer?
I had a little run-in with this lady friend of yours.
Ah, he ran into Ingrid. That sucks for Ingrid.
After we parted, she stumbled upon me and dragged me back, yeah. Not quite kicking and screaming, mind you, but... At least not then. So she drags me in here and lays into me before fixing me up right in front of your higher-ups. Who goes around doing that?
You insufferable fools, and that squalid lump of metal you call a weapon might have defeated Hades. But whining about the 12 Order's problems when spit drooling down your collective chins makes my stomach churn. Is hacking and cleaving the remnants of a 2-bit has-been all you know how to do? You deign to spare even a thought for what happens next. No, so the merciless one had to swoop in and prevent the oldster from bleeding out on the carpets. Show some gratitude for once.
I convinced Hildebert and the other orders of what occurred that terrible day. Yet your absolution was not something I seek. I have wronged you more than the others. Later I withdrew to look at the city with fresh eyes, and I realized how terrible the mistake I made was. What has been done cannot be undone, but I'm ready to face any punishment you deem applicable under Adalinian law, despite my status as a man of the cloth. Yes, I must answer to the laws of both church and the state. You have a grand benevolence to forgive Ingrid her wrongdoing, but the entire affair was my idea.
Oh, he's admitting to the kidnapping plot.
I'm ready.
The intent behind our actions was immaterial, for the ends would have never justified the means. Everyone here understands and deeply regrets their consent, whether tacit or explicit. That's one of the reasons we're here. Asiela, we're terribly sorry. And you too as well, Rachnios. The other 11 orders have all signed a pact. No longer will we engage in faction warfare. Now, it'll be a while for that to percolate to lower ranks, but we'll work at it. It's a task for us to face.
Technically, I was a proponent of colonization, but
you know what? It doesn't matter to me either way, as long as we all agree on something.
She's one we never saw, Flavria.
Look at you, Flavria. Your flair for diplomacy-womacy makes me a bit ill on the inside.
How lovely it is to get along at last.
At last? How would you know? You never contributed to these meetings anyway. You literally never attended a single one. And don't for a second, Wecken, think we'll let you off easy from now on.
Yes, ma'am.
Arciala, we're all prepared to accept the Order of Adelin's leadership. Your leadership. United under your banner, under the watch of the Orthosine, as it was back in the time of the Founder King. Please, Arciala, lead us to prosperity. I understand. Forgiveness takes time.
No, Hildebert. It's not a question of forgiveness. I, too, am filled with regret and shame over the things I've done. To hear you say something like this, it comes as a total shock. Truth be told, the reason I came here today was to apologize to all of you. No apologies are necessary. We are the ones who did not stand strong beside you in your time of need. No, I can't. Hearing all you say this moved me beyond words. Thank you for being here. And I'm sorry to have been so brash and rude. Osceola. Your petition has hit a soft spot in my heart.
Then the matter is...
But I cannot accept. The Order of Adeline has Ignis, my brother, so it is not my place to lead. Forgive me.
Then perhaps I should abdicate in your favor.
Huh?
Are we finally going to see Ignis in his human form rather than as a leafkin? There he is. How long has it been since you've seen me like this, Arciala?
Ignis?
Everything you've done for this nation, I've watched from afar. You isolated yourself from the squabbling of others and continued on the path you felt was right. A noble path, one worthy of a queen. Of that, there can be no debate. Orthosine was proof of the Founder King's will. I shunned it, electing for the path of colonization instead. Were it not for you taking it up, it would have sat gathering dust in a never-opened treasury safe. Looking upon it, I believe that the future has been decided at that moment.
No, Ignis, you're taking it a bit far.
Let's set that aside and return to the quest Hildebert made of you. I'm the one who pushed him into that decision.
You?
No one thought of this country's greater welfare more than you, not just in words, but actions. No matter how simply you explained your experiences and the world you'd seen, none of us here would begin to comprehend your wisdom. A new future awaits our city, and you're the only one who can lead us there. Should you not listen to Hildebert, at least listen to me. Show us what a bright future looks like. Please.
I shall. There's so much left to learn. There's much I've left to learn, but I will need your help. I'll need help along my way. But I know I'm not alone. All of you are here too. Adeline's path is for us to decide.
I feel this decision deserves a speech with the proper gravitas.
A speech? Me? Oh, this is so sudden. I need some time to...
Ciela, everyone must hear something that comes right from your heart. No one expects something stuffy and formal. Tell us your thoughts about where Adeline's future lies.
Understood. I first set foot in the forest out of a sense of curiosity. I learned much with every step I took. But I would have met with nothing but dead ends were not for the support and cooperation of many. We've been driven apart into houses supporting and opposing colonization, and civil debate often gave way to flaring tempers. But none of that matters now. What Adeline needs more are strong ties between the 12 orders. I cannot deny the jungle has suffered more than any. My aim is to respect the cyclical nature of the land, live in harmony with the powers guiding it, and lead the forest to the same prosperity we desire to achieve. Just as we have our own hopes and fears, so too does the forest, a living, breathing thing as much as any of us. We must respect and revere each other. That's how we achieve true progress. Please, everyone, hear my plea. I can't do it alone. Under the light of this blade and the banner of the Founder King, I vow that our union will never again be broken. I, Ciela V. Adeline, swear to you all that the dawn of a new Adeline is at hand.
Who'd have ever thought things had fallen into place so quickly? That princess sure grew up fast. With this, Adeline'll know peace at last. Ingrid is just staring us down. That's the best. Ingrid is just staring us down. Rectius, our roles in this affair are an end. Let's sneak out of here.
She's letting us go. And it is now exactly 1 p.m. We now have to wait until at least midnight. As such, I'm not sure exactly where to go. Well, it being 1 p.m. in game and having to wait for the last bit of cutscene, for the final Adelinian mission, Mission 551, not counting the epilogue, there is a little mission to do. I know, I'm trying, but literally we have to wait for 11 hours in game to pass. And considering that was just an 11-hour cutscene in game, good God, we got another set of missions. I do have a set of missions to be done that we can do while we wait for that. We were in the middle of our artifact, getting our artifact armor. Yes, the chest piece. We needed to come back and talk to Octavian, I believe. Not that one. There we go. It was 11 in-game hours. We started at 1 a.m. And we ended at about 1 p.m. So that's the length of 11 hours in game, about 12 hours in game. Give or take.
Oh, Vacnios. Have the winds of understanding blown you here with a gust of new information? I see. It certainly looks as if the visual record contained in that rock has rocked your image of the trial. Would you mind apprising me of your discovery?
Someone went missing. It is as you say. A researcher did indeed go missing after the incident.
Her name was Mikalulu, and she was accompanying her younger brother on the ultimate trial. The only clues to her whereabouts we could obtain were the severed tip of her broadsword and patches of chainmail. I fear that she... Even those words are too painful to speak out loud.
The monster at the Fortet and the Hetnel.
Not even the most clandestine effects escape you. Though I've ever forayed into the Fortet and Hetnel, I could never forget that abomination that fouls the waters there. Many other surveyors who ventured deep into the Obukan jungles were devoured by it. The beast gained such an abhorrent reputation that became known as Insidio.
It's a giant anglerfish.
The city assembled a band of its finest warriors to dispatch Insidio, and they returned seemingly victorious. However, it quickly returned as if nothing had ever transpired. Perhaps it only left to spawn or some such, and our extermination plan never truly succeeded at all. It's not a far-fetched assumption to make, considering the cunning Insidio displays in battle. Its most fearsome trick is to turn opponents' allies into enemies by manipulating their minds. While I'd rather avoid entangling you in this affair, my hands are tied at the moment, and I'm left with no other recourse. Would you please make it for Fortent de Hetanel and get rid of Insidio? Do this for the good of the city, for the colonization initiative, and for me. I've lost scores of friends and countrymen to that fish's lure, and wish to see someone finally reel in that atrocity once and for all.
Now, the strategy for taking down Insidio is literally 8 to 10 minutes of basically AFKing. And this is going to be terrible. And I don't particularly want to do it. South of Bivouac 2. Fort Etenel, Bivouac 2. Because the only problem, and this is going to be a problem with this particular NM, is it's got a charm. If you remember, the time I fought Siren when doing some rhapsodies, some rhapsodies quests. The problem with charm is that it immediately despawns all your trusts if the player gets hit by it, which makes fighting a something that can charm problematic. Now, Siren wasn't a problem because that was a conal, which meant if your trust actually had hate, you could do that no problem. However, we don't have that option. And here's the other thing is, this thing has problems, specifically in that he buffs himself in the physical defense department. Which means I need to figure out, other than Shantoto 2, what other spellcasters to summon. Possibly Ingrid. Probably one of the Chibukis. And hope these guys can self-sustain. For 8 to 10 minutes, because that is how long this is going to bloody take.
What sort of half-brained demon did you let possess Wesio? This place is full of dangers and horrors, too terrible wearable to switch to speak. Retreat Taro before there's less left of you than the glove you just picked up.
Zurko, we know why you're here.
So you witnessed it. The pathos of a traitor who dared violate Tower, the most sacred of familial writs. Yes, the Zerks committed unspeakable, weakable crimes for which he must atone forever. He cannot even find solace in a scapegoat or straw man, but the totality of blame falls solely upon him. If only this rune were not cursed so. Ah! Oh. Harken legs, attention arms. The Zerk beckons of you. Synchronize your movement, Tardus, like you've done countless times before, and carry him to safety. Do you think the Zerk would be less useful than a wingless Telfair at the deciding fighting moment? Raknios, depart her at once while you still have your life.
Smack him once. Run! Okay, you guys are fun. You guys have fun over there. You guys have fun over there. I wish I could do anything to help you guys, but I really, really can't. Well, there might be some things I can do. No. There's the Hawkeyes. I can throw small things at him. Do literally no damage. I hope I'm out of range. I also hope they can sustain themselves. I know Shantoto can. I think I'm successfully out of range. Again, not a single one of these has hit. Nope, it's about a quarter of its HP gone. Kirabuki's almost out of MP. He's about half out of MP. Everyone else is still nearly at full MP, so that's a good sign. Oh, there's Uranaran now down to 1500. Oh, there goes Uranaran casting. Oh, I actually hit him for damage. I hit him for a total of 13 damage. Woohoo! He's about half health. That's a good sign. They're actually doing this pretty quickly then. So maybe the buffs that I have given them with the new point system has in fact minorly helped. Minorly. It's hard to tell. I'm basically just pelting him with rocks that are literally doing nothing. He's about 2/3 dead now. Well, pretty close to. Oh. Cookie Kirabuki's about out of MP. Uranaran's a little bit down on MP, but he has got the capability of refreshing himself to full MP very quickly. Everyone else is taking a little bit of damage, but not by a lot. Apparently, Valenial, Ingrid, and Shantoto are a good combo, because that was a 3-step combo. Weapon skill. That was good. Or at least a 2-step between Ingrid and Shantoto. I'm not sure what Valenial was doing. Oop! Ranged weapon is empty. I can do nothing but cheer them on. Oh, if I'd brought my silver gun, I could take potshots at him with a 1-damage pistol. Oh, he's about 10% on the left on his health. Strength is impossible to gauge, and yet I am just letting them deal with it. And is it dead? Oh, it attacked Uraran. How dare it? It didn't do anything, but it did try. Oh, and it's dead. And now we examine the glove. He's run off into the meandering labyrinth and nowhere to be seen. Poor guy ran away. Just like he did the first time. Of course, that was at his sister's request. But can't deal with... He's unable to confront the thing that killed her. No matter how hard he has tried in the intervening times. And it's a terrible thing to see. It's actually a pretty tragic story, to be honest. Time is almost there. We can almost finish off the last of the story. We just have to return to Octavian here. And we can even zone and talk to the Zerk. And see what he says. Oh my. That's Insidio. The extinguished lantern, is it not? Oh, the finite nature of our language definitely does not allow me to adequately express the extent of my gratitude. But I hope the following will suffice. On behalf of Insidio's victims, and all those who suffered in its wake, thank you. You have proved a tremendous help in regard to the ultimate trial as well. Is there anything you would like to say about it? The area is too dangerous. Your criticism certainly has merit. I promise to take it into consideration when revising the most critical of trials. Now that you've metaphorically scratched my back, it's time that I scratched yours. Here, a runist coat. Give it to rune fencers who've gone above and beyond the call of duty. This particular piece of gear is woven to the most polished artisan... by the most polished artisan known to Olbulka, so wear it with pride. I wonder how that Tartar's face would look if he completed the trial 2 years ago, and I was able to give him this, just as I have you. To you, who've transcended the ranks of the common rune fences, and amassed vaults of memories along the way, may your smile always beam with the power of runes, and your blade cut the air with the precision of the most proficient calligrapher. We have what will amount to essentially a fairly useless piece of currency at the moment. One, it's only item level 109, which means it needs immediate reforging. Anyway. We can find the Zerk in Mahara, which is where you go to do your ambuscade at. It's where ambuscade takes place. It's also one of the big hubs on how you get to the city, the nation state, the city states. Oh, is it Windhurst? I think it's just Windhurst that's on that side. Anyway, favorite location, Mahara. And then it will be time. Unfortunately, he is down a ways from the local area, so thank God we'll be out of the area before everybody's models begin to load in. He is right here. The Zerk.
Arachnios, you live! The Zerk bows to your superior, wearier talents.
Thank you. Don't get the wrong idea. I only meant it on behalf of Adeline. The Zerk cannot be kept prisoner by any emotion. If you want, though, I can let you peek week at the runestone I have.
Real runists don't live in the past.
The Zerk abides.
Oh, unless I have to say that. I have to say that. Okay. Sure, I'm curious. And because it takes place in Western Adeline, we're suddenly in a Western Adeline. Because that's how that works. Ah, that must be his sister.
What do you think of my first attempt out of at forging a suit of armor? Isn't it magnificent? Yes. If your goal is so blindly wind your enemies with its gaudy gloss, then you've done a remarkable job. Oh, I guess it is a bit much. It's not even fit for Pioneer's Petaro, is it? It looks really tough, and that shine does have a certain Wormington charm to it. Well, I did make it for Nitaros. Still, is that ever Brightaro? What do you care? You'll never wear Nitaro armor as a rune fencer anyway. Taking another look, though, it's rather beautiful. The Zerk approves wholeheartedly. You don't have to go out of your way to praise me like that. Still, I appreciate it. In return, have some candy.
Sounds like the coat was made by his sister, who then promptly got absolutely massacred.
Hey, the Zerk never asks for much. So how about parting with that runic kingraver you've got?
Go for it.
Truly, really? Thank you so much.
It's not like I had use for it. Anyway, it is now just past midnight in game. time for the last cutscenes in the mainline story of Seekers. If the epilogue happens at all, which I will not guarantee that it will ever happen, it will be just for me. Experience it yourself, if you want. Now, the most interesting things you're gonna get is you're gonna get a movement speed buff while in Adeline piece of gear, which is really nice. 25% movement speed, but only while inside of Adeline, which is kind of weird. And your choice of ring. And each ring, well, they're good rings. They really are. Most people will probably get away with, like, the Shednik ring, because that gives a plus 18% movement speed. Which, considering these legs only give a 12% speed, which, granted, they don't, you know, stack on top of each other. Now, we'll get a chance to look at them all. Oh, we need to go into the Caesaric Battlegrounds in order to do this. Right, Battlegrounds first.
There you are.
What are you wearing? She's suddenly wearing different armor.
You and Morma just snuck off, escaping like children escaping from a sermon.
Speaking of Mormar, where is he?
Stop trying to change the subject. Do you remember the promises we made? Not just in Lathalia, but in the castle. You said we'd stick through things together, and then you leave me. Just a quick little jab to get you back. Of course I was sad, but your being there at all meant a lot. Asiela! You can't just go running off like that, or Greneth will have my head.
Formilla.
Stupid Formilla! Maybe you should have kept up. Yeah, fly around like us. Stupid Formilla, I didn't run all the way out here just to... Stop being such a baby. Yeah, quit whining. After all, we're the best of friends now. Yee! My head is pounding because of your bouncy buggers.
Oh goodness. The Heartwings, they're now bugging poor Formilla.
I've really taken a liking to Formilla. Ever since the Orders and I met up, they've been fluttering around her day and night. To be honest, I'm a bit jealous.
What's going on with her?
I was so happy when she finally woke up. She had it tougher than the rest, what with being possessed by Ballamore. But now she's the perfect picture of health and energy. I made her my personal attendant. Why? I asked her. You were at the castle. Everything's happened so fast. And I know she can be a bit daft at times, but at the same time, her hard work and dedication inspire me to reach for greater heights.
He's trying to put those poor Heartwings in their place, and it's not working.
I brought her with me to the jungle to help get her in tip-top shape. At least, that's what I told her.
What about the Heartwings?
Ignis helped them to see that none of us meant any harm. But you've experienced how temperamental they can be. Eventually, we got through to them. Don't think we've totally forgiven you. Yeah, because we haven't. I suppose not. Ah! She's done it again. And to the rescue we go! Though a bit childlike, they connect the Force to humanity, and I fully intend to make our relationship make sure our relationship is always positive and fruitful.
And what about Ignis?
I thought you'd ask about him. You may have guessed it, but that little Leafkin's my brother.
Of course he's back in Leafkin form.
The curse of the Founder King's been lifted, and Ignis is back to normal. Maybe it's because he was a Leafkin for so long, but is able to switch back and forth at will. I'd have given anything to capture the look on Granite's face when she saw him poof out in a bundle of leaves. He's given me so much wonderful advice. It seems he prefers that form more than his human one, but I'm not completely sure how I feel about it.
Of course.
My days and nights are filled with matters of state, and time vanishes like smoke in the wind. Sometimes, I wonder if I'll ever have as much time to talk anymore. Up until just a little while ago, we stood together, shoulder to shoulder, but now, the city's at peace. Don't get me wrong, I don't begrudge it a minute, but no victory is accomplished without a price. Colonization continues, and Adeline remains in need of pioneers, especially men and women like you. Remember how I referred to you as the wind? If you try to seal the wind away, it quickly turns into ordinary air. For it to continue blowing, it needs to be able to travel the world. If I want you to continue blowing at the backs of those who need a little push forward, and bring positive change to them in the same way you did to me in my city. Because of that, I know it'd be wrong to tie you here. But no matter where your travels take you, I hope you'll return to us from time to time, lending a hand where it's most needed. It'd be no greater honor than to... Almost forgot something. I was speaking with Ingrid a little while ago, and she mentioned that you have a little something to return to me.
Do you mean your bonnet? Now, here's the thing. You can, if you say no multiple times, keep or acquire the permanent key item, her spare bonnet. However, if you do so, you will lose all bond levels you have with Arceola. What this means, I don't know. But we'll just give it up.
Yeah, that's the one. I'm so glad it didn't get lost. I got a couple of similar ones, but this one's my absolute favorite. When I came to in Khmer, I noticed it was gone. I was actually pretty depressed. See, my mother made this one for me. Thank you for taking such good care of it. Oh, Okay, let's do this.
What are we doing?
Oh, you didn't think I'd surely just be sitting behind a desk shuffling papers all day? If I'm gonna lead, I'm gonna do it my way, by setting an example of harmony between my people and the jungle. Where did she... Princess? Osceola! Over here, Familla. What? Princess? You'll have to keep up. I don't plan on stopping anytime soon. Arachnius, don't forget about me. Oh, wait!
And off she goes.
Heavens! You can't leave me behind!
Many volumes have been penned in Edelin's history. One strange story written far, far in the future goes like this. A nation once ruled by a council of 12 has been united once again under the hand of a benevolent queen, and that land would leave an indelible mark on history. Change did not come all at once, but each passing year turned more prosperous than the last. The queen's sword shone brightly in the daytime sky as she strode through the castle and canopy with a golden tiger and a tiny leafkin by her side. I did not want to have to read that fast, but my god, the text speed is sometimes fast. And we have acquired her skirt. Don't worry, folks. We are almost there. I think. I think we might finally be at the credits. Yes. We finally reached the credits. Only took us a while to get there. And that was Seekers. Probably, honestly, one of the most cinematic and character-driven ones of the stories, what with all the side characters and everything. But a lot was sacrificed in pursuit of that. Not the least of which was quest variety. 90% of it was cutscene, which really could have done with voice acting. But even without it, it probably had one of the weakest female leads out of all of Final Fantasy XI. And possibly one of the most weirdly written ones. Now, granted, because of its focus on the story more than anything else, Seekers did provide us more background and history of Adeline and its entire history than a lot of the other ones have. Like, we learned a lot about Oddard Gone, but not quite to the extent that we got with Seekers here. And Arciella as a character is inconsistently written. She really is. The other characters are much more well written and much more consistent in their characterization. Honestly, I could see why. This one's not referred to in the same heights and reverence, for lack of a better term, that Chains and Rise of Xylarth are. Even Oddard Gone, which had some pretty significant pacing issues. And we should have time if the credits can ever end at a decent time frame, which I don't know if they're going to. We should have time to do that. It's been a while since I've done ocean fishing. That's Moramars and Sajaka and some other people just enjoying the jungle. I'll try, but it depends on how long this wonderful song they composed for the end of Seeker's Hat goes on for. Ingrid turned out to be a school teacher at some point. Interesting. Her upon her coronation. Sajaka being Sajaka. Hades is Hades. The World Tree being the World Tree. The Three. We never see Arciella with the cape. Why did they not give her the cape? Why did they give her the skirt that she immediately unties and discards? Granted, that could have some degree of symbolism that I'm not going to go into. 'Cause, I could try and come up with some symbolism from that, but I really shouldn't. For one, I've basically said my piece on Arciella and her severe emotional dependency on the main character and the... I don't want to say issues, but the very clear implications of her attachment, though she refuses to admit it, possibly because she just doesn't understand what she's feeling, but she is feeling the feels, and she feels all the feels, and she just doesn't know what they are. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna make it to this fishing, because we have to get the final ring. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna make it to the fishing. Here we go, the rings. Honestly, probably the best one to get is the Shednik. Partly because it has the movement speed. But there's other ones that could be handy, like the Adelinian ring, which gives you bonuses to accuracy and things. Yeah, I'll probably hop in voice. But probably the Shednik. And here's the thing. On this ring, unlike the last rewards we got, you can exchange them for just a small fee of 300,000 ballad. Which, considering I'm a multi-balladier, that's exactly right. Because I doubt I'd even be able to get in-game in 14 right now, even if I immediately left, like, now. I could try. But that is Adeline. That's Seekers of Adeline. One of the more expansive areas and has a lot of cool systems in it. But as far as characters go, I'm still not sold on Arciala. Most of the other characters are relatively fine. Ingrid in particular, I kind of enjoyed more than even Arciala. But we'll see you all Monday morning, like midnight, for another Linux game testing. What games we'll be testing? I don't know. I still haven't decided. But yeah, we'll see you all then. Unless the schedule says otherwise. That is also yet to be determined. As for more Final Fantasy XI, that will probably happen possibly next Saturday. That entirely depends on how much we can get done of 7.5 in Final Fantasy XIV Wednesday morning. We'll see you next time.